Tonight from Fenway Park, the Red Sox open up their most important series with the Yankees in years. Game 1 in the heat of the pennant race as the Sox carry a 1-game lead into this Thursday night. That's 1 up on Baltimore, 2 over Toronto, 4 over the Yankees. The Orioles hosting Tampa Bay tonight. The Blue Jays are on the West Coast at Anaheim. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Fenway Park. I'm Dave O'Brien saying welcome back Jerry Remy, who's going to be with us the rest of the season in the booth. We'll also be joined by Garrett Austin in just a little bit. Jerry, Eduardo Rodriguez has become a guy that the New York Yankees do not want to see. He's on the bump tonight. He's 4-1 against them. He's
had a great career against the New York Yankees, and, of course, that includes this year also. But when you look at his career numbers against New York, they're very, very impressive. You can see the number of starts he has. He's got a 4-1 record in 6 starts, a 1.88 ERA. Now, the last time he faced him was on August 11th against the Yankees. 7 innings that game, giving up 3 hits and an earned run. Had 6 strikeouts against New York. So, you know, it's been an unusual year for him. He got hurt in spring training. I don't think he was totally comfortable when he came back off that injury. He was tipping pitches after that. He got himself straightened out, and recently he's pitched very, very good for the Red Sox. Increased velocity, location with his fastball, and a very good slider.
Yeah, that slider has really been money for him. Now, the guy the Red Sox are facing tonight is Masahiro Tanaka. He's had a really good year, and he's been tough on the Red Sox as well. 5-2 in his career. Leads up to maybe another first-rate pitcher's duel like the one we saw last night. Game 1, Sox and Yankees coming up from Fenway. Toyota's website for deals. Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. DraftKings, the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of your Boston Red Sox. Santander Bank, you're all right with Simply Right checking from Santander Bank. Bob's Discount Furniture, everybody saves at Bob's Discount Furniture, in-store or at mybobs.com. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Game 1, Red Sox and the Yankees. We bring in Garrett Austin from the field right now. And, Garrett, you really feel like this rivalry, which had been kind of down for a couple of years, is percolating again, especially tonight.
Well, absolutely, OB. The Yankees have been surprising everyone with what they've been able to do. And some have said they look the way the Red Sox did last year, with the young players emerging as core players for the team. The talk has already been heating up that the way these young players on both teams have been playing could bring back the intensity of the rivalry. But as John Farrell said, it never went anywhere.
I've seen the talk, I've seen the articles, or seen some of the comments about, like, where has this rivalry gone? I don't know that it's gone anywhere. The names change. They'll always change. But the fact that you've got 2 storied franchises that are in the eyes of many kind of the mecca of baseball because of the markets which we play, I don't see this ever being diminished from the focal point that it becomes. So many times we're on Sunday nights. You know, Saturday is going to be a national broadcast. There's always going to be a draw to these 2 teams because of the great names that have come before and certainly those who are on the field right now.
Well, he's right about that, but September adds to it, and the closeness in the standings of the Red Sox and the Yankees, that makes it even more so. Game 1 coming up in just a moment from Fenway, the Sox and the Yankees. Audi dealers. Citizens Bank. Visit citizensbank.com. Hair Cuttery, smart looks, smart prices. And by Reebok Spartan Race. Race in Fenway Park November 12 and 13. Beautiful night for a ball game. On the chilly side, temperatures in the 60s. Here's a look at the Yankee lineup now that Rodriguez will take on. It's brought to you by New England Chevy dealers. Brett Gardner, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Gary Sanchez, their explosive rookie, are 1, 2, 3. Then it's Castro, Butler, and Gregorius. Chase Headley at third. Ref Snyder in right field, and Austin is the first baseman. The Sox starter, presented by New England Audi dealers. Eduardo Rodriguez coming in at 2-7. He's had some of his best career outings against the Yankees.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are 5th in the league with 74 errors on the season. It'll be Shaw, Bogarts, Pedroia, Ramirez in the infield, Benintendi, Jackie Bradley Jr., Mookie Betts in the outfield, and Sandy Leon doing the catching for Rodriguez.
And the umpires tonight are brought to you by ToyotaCertified.com. John Hirschbeck is the veteran behind the plate. DJ Rayburn at first, Bill Welke at second, David Rackley, who also umpired the last series. He's just going to stay in town for a few days. He's in third. We're available. This telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your TV remote. SAP presented by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory back Toyota Certified used vehicle right now.
Buenas noches, amigos.
I've been waiting for that. And here's a look at the forecast. 63 degrees. Just a bit of a breeze tonight, unlike last night where it was a real factor, gusting in all evening, and clear skies with a big moon. And set for game one. Now the Yankees were here in early August. They were saying goodbye to Alex Rodriguez. Remember that? Red Sox fans, every time he came to bat, were saying goodbye too. They looked like they had said goodbye to any hope of being in postseason play. But Jerry, look at them now, and with the youth movement, they're only 4 games out.
That's amazing, the turnaround the Yankees have made, Dave. You know, we talked last time they were here how they had basically traded away 2 of their 3 great relief pitchers, A-Rod, the whole that situation, and all of a sudden the Yankees 4 games out of first place, and certainly in the wild card hunt. So they're playing very good baseball.
Greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile as we look at the Red Sox and the Yankees this season. Red Sox ahead 7-5 in the season series. They've out-hit them, they've out-homered them, they've outscored them. The Yankees are just 2-4 at Fenway in 2016. So we are set for the first pitch. And Eduardo Rodriguez 2-7, a 4.70 ERA. And a big start for the 23-year-old from Venezuela. And the first one misses for ball 1.
Brett Gardner with very, very good speed as we look at his numbers. And in tight at third base, Travis Shaw in a little bit close at first base. Hanley Ramirez respecting the bunting ability and speed.
He'll take a ball. He's hitting .259 with 7 homers, 36 runs batted in. Ellsbury on deck. Yankees have lost 3 of their last 4 games, however. They dropped a home series to the Dodgers before coming here. And that'll be ball 3. Should be a tight plate tonight with Hirschbeck. Checking out the wild card standings as well. Orioles leading Toronto. Again, Toronto's on the West Coast. Playing the Angels, and that's across for a called strike. Now 3-1. Rodriguez faced the Yankees on the 11th of August. He allowed just 1 run, 6 hits in 7 innings. No decision in a game the Red Sox would lose. High pop up. And Pedroia backing into right. And he's got it. Gardner done.
Gardner in a situation near 3-1 against a left-hander. You know you're going to get a fastball. That's probably the best pitch you're going to see. He does get it, and he pops up to second base. Dustin Pedroia. You know that he's going to come with a strike. It comes right down the heart of the plate, but Gardner upset with himself that he popped it up.
Jacoby Ellsbury now .268 with 9 home runs. And interesting to note that in a game the Yankees called their biggest of the year recently, Ellsbury was on the bench. He did not start that game. It's not the first time that Ellsbury hasn't started a big game under Joe Girardi. He didn't start last year's wild card loss to Houston at Yankee Stadium either. So once in a while he'll sit him out against a tough left-hander in particular. The 0-1. And downstairs.
Now this is a left-hander that Jacoby's had pretty good success against. .294 with a couple of career home runs against Rodriguez.
And a young catcher on deck has been the talk of New York. Gary Sanchez. Tremendous power. We saw some of that at Fenway back in August. The 1-1. That'll drop down for a base hit. So Ellsbury is on with a sharp single. And with him, of course, 18 stolen bases.
Yeah, for some reason, there are certain guys you just see the ball well, and Jacoby Ellsbury sees the ball well against Eduardo Rodriguez. You see the stolen base leader since 2009, 260, 18 this year for Jacoby with 8 caught stealing. Last pitch, fastball again, right down the heart of the plate, and Ellsbury all over it, takes it up the middle on the line for the base hit.
And now the 23-year-old catcher Sanchez from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. He has been at the forefront of the Yankee surge. And Jerry, just tremendous power here.
Yeah, he's got big time pop. He's got 14 home runs. That's in limited playing time this season. And he puts on a show, a display during batting practice.
Belted his first career home run right here at Fenway in August. That was off the back wall in center field. A strike.
Against Tazawa here at Fenway Park. Got himself a high pitch right there and took it very, very deep to center field off that back wall. That kind of power.
You don't see many hit there. Runner at first base, 1 down, just getting started here in the first inning. And he fouls that one away.
That's a good pitch right there by Rodriguez. He really tied him up and in so he can't get extended on that last pitch. All he could do was foul it off.
Sanchez, since that home run at Fenway, has hit 13 more. He began the season as the Yankees' number 2 rated prospect.
Want to go up and in again.
The 1-2. And a shot. Well hit. Bradley racing back to the triangle. That's going to be over his head. It's going to take a skip up into the bleachers. And so Ellsbury is going to have to retreat to third base, and that big bounce really helped the Red Sox. It goes for a double for Sanchez.
Yeah, bad location on that pitch by Rodriguez. Sandy Leon wanted a fastball up and in, very similar to the pitch before, but this pitch is going to leak out over the plate, and that's right into the power of Sanchez. This is a little bit of a break, as you mentioned, Dave, for the Red Sox, bouncing up off the wall into the stands for the double. That'll hold men at second and third, because that would have been a certain run for the Yankees.
Castro now 270, good power as well with 21 home runs. He had a big month of August with 8 home runs, career high for him in any month. And the Yankees just looking for a fly ball of decent depth to bring in the first run of the ball game.
Yeah, the Red Sox playing the infield back at this stage of the game very, very early, and what they want to prevent here, even though there's 1 out, is 2 runs from scoring on a drawn-in infield. Willing to give up the 1 on a ground ball, but not 2.
Ellsbury at third, Sanchez at second with 1 man gone. And Rodriguez slowing down his tempo with a couple of men in scoring position. And to dance out of the way, so did not get that back foot. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's the first slider that Rodriguez has featured so far in the game tonight. Every other pitch tonight has been a fastball so far. This time he tries to slide it down and in, but way too far down and in to be tempting.
Now the Yankees were here in August. They won 2 out of the 3 games, but they left town still 6.5 games back. Not many were talking about them as far as postseason play at all. But since they left, they've gone 19-12. And they've surprised a lot of people. Hard hit but foul. You mentioned the deals to deal away Chapman and Miller and Beltran. They certainly looked like a team waving the white flag at that point.
Yeah, it certainly did. And, you kind of expected to see the Yankees dropping somewhere closer to Tampa Bay than closer to the top. But that hasn't been the case. And this guy, Joe Girardi, deserves a lot of credit.
Yeah, he says really he never gave up on the idea of going to postseason play. And even when they made all of those trades, he was still very positive about where they might finish. He expected them to win, regardless of all that talent leaving town, and they've done it. A new bat for Castro, and a count 1 2 and now Leon out to talk things over. These cold hard facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light, looking at the notable players traded by the Yankees this season, and the back end of that vaunted bullpen of theirs. You would have thought that would have been a death knell.
Exactly. Remember in spring training, that's all we talked about was the back end of the Yankee bullpen. And you said if you're behind them going into late in the innings, the game's over. And two of those guys will move, Chapman and Miller.
1-2 on Castro. Second and third occupied for the Yankees here in the first inning. Early trouble for Erod trying to get out of it. Loop toward right, charging on Betts. Has to knock it down. Here comes the run. Ellsbury's going to score. Moving into third, Sanchez, an RBI single for Castro. And the Yankees are on the board here in the first inning. 3 consecutive hits.
A very good 2-strike hitting by Castro. He shortened his swing up. Now Betts, with 2 strikes on him, had come in a little bit closer out there in right field. But you see, he gets that pitch away from him. He doesn't try to pull it. Goes to the opposite field. It's sinking very quickly on Mookie Betts. He knocks it down. 1 run scores and 1 stays at third. That's very good 2-strike hitting right there by Castro.
First and third, a run in, brings up Billy Butler. Just picked up after the Oakland A's cut him loose. He's their DH tonight. 276 with Oakland with 4 home runs. Always a good contact hitter. And Gregorius after him. But Butler, a serious double play candidate. The lefties have been giving him fits. Ellsbury in. 2 on and the 1-0 pitch. And a strike. Rodriguez has made 10 starts since the All-Star break with an ERA of 2.76. Certainly helped by his no-hit run at Oakland back on September 4th, which ended after 7 2/3. He was brilliant. High fly center field. Bradley coming on, makes the play, tagging up Sanchez. The throw will not be cut, but the run is in. Yankees lead it 2-0. Butler picks up the RBI with the sacrifice.
Now, we talked in our view from the booth tonight, Dave, about leaving your egos in the car before you get to the ballpark and doing little things to help clubs win, and that's exactly what Butler does here. Gets a fastball inside part of the plate, not that bad of a pitch, but he's able to lift it and lift it deep enough to center field to get that run home from third base. So you can see Jackie Bradley getting himself set out there, momentum coming toward home plate, but just too deep to be able to pick up an assist.
Castro holding at first base, and that sends up Gregorius. High and tight for a ball as he bends back out of the way. Hitting .272, 18 home runs. He's had a really fine year. And against Rodriguez, 6 out of 17 lifetime. So the Red Sox falling behind quickly here, 2-0 to the Yankees. Rodriguez has not had many bumps in the road against New York in his young career. Gregorius, the left-hand hitter from Amsterdam, now lives in Curacao. And showing off some pretty good pop in the bat this season. Floats that one toward left field. Charging on Benintendi. Out goes Shaw. It's off into the stands. Good to see the youngster back in the outfield tonight, Benintendi. He is wearing a brace, a knee brace, which he says is very, very light. He doesn't really notice it.
When he went down in Tampa Bay, I didn't think we'd see him again the rest of the season. The combination of the ankle, the knee. Very ugly injury right there to Benintendi, but he does come back, and as Dave mentioned, making his first start tonight.
And a simulated game the other day, swung the bat quite well, actually. There's a high fly headed for the corner. So is Benintendi to the warning track, and he's there to make the play in fair ground. And that retires the side, but a quick strike for the Yankees. They get 2. Toyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Pedroia, Bogarts, Ortiz, 1, 2, 3. David with 52 home runs against the Yankees. Then it's Betts, Ramirez, and Shaw, followed by Sandy Leon doing the catching. Jackie Bradley in center, and Andrew Benintendi back in there, hitting .324 and facing a very tough customer in Tanaka. The Yankees starter brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Dustin Pedroia, .329 with 13 home runs. 6 out of 19 against Masahiro Tanaka. And a 1-0. That's a strike.
Now the Red Sox from Tanaka tonight will see the fastball, curveball, slider, very good split-fingered fastball. That's really the pitch you have to lay off unless you got 2 strikes on you.
He comes in probably pitching his best baseball of the season. Last 3 starts, ERA 0.89. So the Red Sox will earn this one. Down 2-0. And roll foul by Pedroia. Dustin with 13 home runs, one of them against this guy.
Has only career home run against Tanaka. This coming back at Yankee Stadium.
In fact, his last 4 or 5 games here against the Yankees, he's been tearing the cover off the ball with 4 doubles, a homer, 5 RBIs his last 5 games. He pops that one to right, though. Ref Snyder coming on to make the play for out number 1.
The Yankees defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 6th in the league with 78 errors on the season. Chase Headley will be at third base. Didi Gregorius, the shortstop. Stalin Castro at second. Tyler Austin, the first baseman. Left to right, Brett Gardner, Jacoby Ellsbury, and Rob Snyder. And Gary Sanchez doing the catching for Tanaka.
Bogart's next, 297, 19 home runs for Xander, and 2 of his home runs have come against New York. 85 RBIs for the All-Star. And a right-hander from Japan, 27 years old, delivers a strike.
It's always tough when you start a guy off with a curveball. It kind of messes you up. A curveball for a strike, then you don't know what to look for over the next couple of pitches.
This guy really has a royal flush of a repertoire. A little bit of everything. Fouled away. And it's 0-2. Big Papi on deck. Fans, be sure to stop by Plain Ridge Park Casino. Plain Ridge Park Casino is the official sponsor of winning. ERA of 3.04, second right behind Sale in the American League. Off the end of the bat, a fly ball right at Ellsbury. Doesn't have to move very much, and Jacoby with the play for the second out.
I saw 3 different pitches in that at bat. The curveball, the fastball inside, then the slider.
Well, now he gets a taste of David Ortiz. And the ovations have been building for David as the days have been passing here at Fenway. After tonight, 3 more in this series, and then the last home games of the regular season, the last 3 of the year against Toronto. So fans running out of chances to see David live. He's hitting .314 with 33 homers, 111 RBIs. Taking strike 1. David 5 for 21 off Tanaka with a homer. Into the dirt, 1 ball, 1 strike. And dropping 2 out of the 3 to Baltimore. The Red Sox strange pattern of following up big wins like that 12-2 win with low scoring defeats continued. Scored 3 runs in the last 2 games. 2-1. So trying to get the offense fired up again here tonight against the Yankees.
And so far, David Ortiz has not seen a fastball, 2 sliders and a split-fingered fastball.
Tanaka says yes. The hesitation and the 2-1. Line shot, ripped toward right. That's on the track and up into the stands. That'll be 2 bases. A double for Big Papi. David leaned on that one.
Well, I think Ortiz looking for something off speed because, as I mentioned, he did not see a fastball. He starts him off with a slider, as you can see, for a strike. Then the split-fingered fastball going to be down and out. Back to the slider, down and in. And now the curveball. So no fastball in that at bat for David Ortiz. Looks like he was just sitting on something soft, something off speed, and gets a 2-out ground rule double.
Mookie Betts will try and pick him up for his 105th RBI. Betts 1 for 4 last night. 2 men down, and that'll be ball 1. Really, for the first time, Mookie had a cool series against the Orioles. He had destroyed them all season long. And he admitted to being a little bit frustrated with some of his at-bats against the Orioles in that 3-game series. Picked up by Headley behind third, and plenty of time to get him. That retires the side. The Red Sox waste the double. 2-0 Yankees. Time now for our Dunkin' Donuts poll question. Will the Yankees make the playoffs? What do you think? Text 1 for yes, 2 for no. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. 1 message per vote. Will the Yankees make it? Right now, a record of 77-68. 4 games behind the Red Sox. Very much in the wild card race. Chase Headley, a .255 hitter with 14 home runs. He starts the bottom third of their order. Ref Snyder and Austin after him. And Rodriguez looking for a better second inning. He's going to kick this one, misdirected to Xander Bogaerts. He's got it for the out. Remember how his no-hit bid ended in Oakland as he took one off the foot.
Yeah, good direction here on the skate save by Rodriguez as he takes it right out to Xander Bogaerts. Xander did not overcommit up the middle that time and was fortunate to be in the right spot to make that play off the body of Rodriguez to get the out.
1-6-3. Well, the Yankees just lost the 6'7" outfielder Aaron Judge for the rest of the season. Put him on the 15-day DL. An oblique injury, so Ref Snyder will get a lot of playing time the rest of the way. 264, no home runs. He's played first, second, third, left, and right field at the major league level, so they put him on wheels and move him around. He's in right field tonight. Here's the 0-1. Some Yankee fans sprinkled in here tonight at Fenway. Game 1 of a big 4-game series. The 0-2 lashed foul on a play up into the State Street Pavilion.
And velocity on that fastball, 94 away from Ref Snyder. All he could do was hit that ball in foul territory.
One man out, bases empty. 2-0 Yankees in the second. 0-2 coming. Well, Tampa Bay continues to help out the Red Sox cause because they took an early lead against Baltimore on a Longoria home run. Up 3-0. And now look at Baltimore, just got 4 runs. That one fouled back. Well, that didn't take long. The Orioles just got 4 in the first inning and a wild one underway there at Camden Yards.
Looks like a long night from Baltimore.
Nothing like last night at Fenway. 1-0. Porcello pitched a terrific game. Gausman was outstanding. And 1 home run, a solo home run early in the contest was enough. Broken bat roller, Pedroia to charge it, up and over, and got him. 2 up, 2 down.
A changeup that time from Rodriguez. Now he's featured just about all of his pitches. His fastball, his changeup, his slider. That changeup away from Ref Snyder and is able to get that ground ball to Dustin Pedroia. Look at that ball sail away, and he gets it toward the end of the bat. Not hit very hard. Pedroia had to charge, get rid of the ball quickly to get the out.
First baseman is Tyler Austin, hitting right at 200 with 3 homers. Another young guy getting a chance here to contribute to the Yankees. Grew up in Conyers, Georgia, about 20 miles from Atlanta. He said he grew up a bigger Yankee fan than a Braves fan because he was such a Jeter guy. Brett Gardner on deck. And Rodriguez would love a 1-2-3 second. Tomorrow night, 7:10, Clay Buchholz. He will pitch in game 2, the 1-1 coming. And then on Saturday at 1:05, David Price. Sunday at 8 o'clock, the Sunday night baseball game, Drew Pomeranz. So the Red Sox are going to need some help from the back end of the rotation. A 2-1. Now 2-2 on Austin.
That's another good changeup right there as we look at the starters for tomorrow. Buchholz 6-10 on the season, 5-9 in his career against the Yankees.
Rodriguez takes the sign, a 2-2 home. Little pop-up coming on Betts, still coming on, and is going to drop on the chalk line and off into the crowd. That's going to be 2 bases. A double for Austin, sitting it right on the line where nobody could get to it.
Now you could see that coming. I mean, nobody, Ramirez, Pedroia, Betts, was going to be able to get to that. All you hoped is, if you're a Red Sox fan, that it was going to go foul, but it does not. Clearly in fair territory and bouncing up in the stands, but right in the Bermuda Triangle, nobody could get that ball. So the Yankees with a man in scoring position with 2 outs.
And just an inch or 2 inside that line for a double. So that's his second 2-base hit and a 4th hit already. Gardner's 0 for 1. He has popped up to second. And makes him 3 for 14 lifetime against Rodriguez. Taking a ball down and in at 92 miles an hour. We, of course, will keep you updated on the Baltimore score tonight. Orioles just 1 game behind the Red Sox in the division, and Toronto only 2 back. Austin at second, and Gardner has to jump back out of the way. 23-year-old Rodriguez has struggled through a difficult season, to be sure. He has a chance to be a major positive influence here at the end. Began with a knee injury. Jerry, we were down there in spring training when he injured that knee. One of the drills, it just didn't feel like it was going to take him as long as it did to get back, did it?
Well, you know, I kind of had a different feeling because I was watching him, you know, throw on the side, and he just didn't look right. And it just seemed to me like it was going to be quite some time. And I even think, Dave, that when he came back, he wasn't 100% sure about that thing. It was kind of a feel-out process for him.
Yep.
And that's normal after you've gone through an injury like that.
I think it turned out to be more serious than was originally thought. Red Sox were initially thinking a couple weeks, and that one's going to drill him. So Gardner gets hit by the pitch, and that'll put Yankees at first and second for Jacoby Ellsbury. They got the first 2 men on ground balls, but the double by Austin fell in, and Gardner gets hit. Here comes Carl Willis.
Well, you'll see the fastball come back inside on Gardner, and he gets him, looked like right off the elbow. As he tries to spin out of the way.
Now, next man in will be Jacoby Ellsbury, who already has a single and a run tonight. It's a long conversation out there with Carl. And Rodriguez, Bogarts, and Leone joining in as well, and the home plate umpire Hirschbeck breaks it up.
Yeah, Rodriguez puts himself in a tough spot by hitting Gardner, because you can see Gardner just kind of taking a peek out at Rodriguez. But the fact is, you know, that's the guy that he wants to get right there, is Gardner, because Ellsbury hits him well. Gardner took exception, it looked like, a little bit to being hit, and Rodriguez said something back to him. But the fact is the last thing he wanted to do was hit Gardner, because Jacoby has had good success against him.
He's now 6 for 18 off him after that base hit in the first inning. There are 2 down, but 2 on. And ball 1. Sanchez on deck. Certainly Rodriguez wants to leave him right there. He's already crushed a long double. Rodriguez allowing 3 hits in the first inning and a double and a hit batsman in the second. He brings the 1-0 and foul away.
Tried the changeup that time to Ellsbury on the inside part of the plate. Kind of a dangerous pitch. Lefty against lefty, but that time Jacoby fouls it off.
Ellsbury back in May stole home, became the first Yankee to do that in a long time, since 1993. We saw Brock Holt try that just recently in Toronto, and he was cut down at home plate. Remember when Jacoby did it? It was right here at Fenway Park when he was with the Red Sox.
See Ellsbury questioning that last call by Hirschbeck, and the ball did appear to be a bit outside.
Usually a very small plate for Hirschbeck. First and second. Here comes the 1-2 from the lefty. Fly ball to center. And a lazy fly for Jackie Bradley to make the play. This inning, the Yankees will strand 2. They're still on top 2-0. Gloves like the pros at franklinsports.com/custom. Enter the code NESSON20 to receive a 20% off at checkout. Franklin is proud to be the official batting glove of Major League Baseball. And Hanley Ramirez will lead it off here in the second inning. 2-0 Yankees. Then it's Shaw and Leone against Tanaka. Hanley 285 with the 24 homers, driven in 97. 1 for 3 last night.
Boy, severe pull position on that right side of the infield. Castro up the middle, and Austin, the first baseman, way off that first base bag.
The righty with the 0-1. Thought about it, but he stayed away. Tanaka has actually been pitching for a couple of years with a partially torn ligament in his elbow. Had an MRI in July of 2014 and revealed that. He did go on the DL. He never had surgery. He's been able to win pretty consistently. The 1-1. Hanley has certainly been one of the Sox very best hitters for about a month. 345 over his last 29 games. Looking to reach here to begin the second. Pop foul out of play.
Now those are the pitches right there that you kind of kick yourself if you don't make contact or put a good swing on it. The fastball, because Tanaka mixes up his pitches so much, his slider, his curveball, his split. Finally he gets the fastball right there at 89 on the outside part of the plate, though, a good location. And Ramirez fouling it off down the first baseline.
Two. Hard hit, but a big hop. Headley snags it and gets him. He's always been a really good defensive third baseman. Made a couple of plays early. Sox fans looking for the best seats to the biggest games? Check out the official Red Sox ticket resale marketplace at RedSoxReplay.com. It's the best place for season ticket holders to sell their tickets when they can't make it to the game. Travis Shaw to get up at 255 with 16 home runs. And right at 70 runs batted in. Had a good series against Baltimore. He went 4 for 8.
Wow. That pitch a good 3 or 4 inches outside the strike zone, but called a strike by Hirschbeck.
He's got a couple of funny looks early. Oh, on a rattle to right side. Austin will take it. He waves off Tanaka for the second out. So 2 up, 2 down. Time to see who's been driving the ball, presented by Toyo Tires. Sandy Leon in 5 games against the Yankees is hitting .529 with a homer and 4 runs batted in. Toyo Tires, the official tire of the Boston Red Sox. Sandy at 349 overall. I think one of the things that has been really impressive about Sandy this season, obviously the batting average has been up there around 350. It was over 400 for quite a while. Then his ability to throw out base stealers.
41%. Pretty remarkable.
I mean, you're in real good company when you're up around 40 or 45%. The 0-1 pitch from Tanaka. Loop foul, back out of play.
That's that split-fingered fastball right there that Tanaka loves to get hit as a swing at. He left that one elevated a little bit. With 2 strikes, he'll get it even lower. But there's the you see the late movement on it. Actually, that one was fairly hittable for his splitter.
Leon will step out, getting time from Hirschbeck. He allowed a double to David Ortiz in the first inning, but Big Papi was stranded. This one toward the shift. Castro to charge, glove, and get him. Fast inning. Red Sox go 1-2-3 in the second. game. TC, Tim Wakefield, and Steve Lyons will break it all down, and you'll hear from Rodriguez and from John Farrell. Whatever, whenever, wherever, who but W.B. Mason. Jerry, great to have you back in the booth.
Nice to be here, Dave. And, I promised you when you get back from the West Coast, if you were in first place, that I would get you dinner, and I did today.
You did. You delivered. Your man of your word, of course. And what I asked for was either a hot dog or the peanut butter and jelly.
You got the peanut butter and jelly plus the bonus, the bag of chips.
He goes all out. All out. Not a cheap bone in his body. There's something going on down the left field line. John Farrell had come out just as Rodriguez was about to go, and that door is open, so somebody forgot to lock it.
Can't play baseball like that. Got to close the garage door.
So someone will get to it. Oh, here it is earlier. Jerry made a really big deal out of this.
Yeah.
Him a meal,
but it looks good.
And I would present it to him in the booth. Well, I've got to live up to my word right now, and I got a peanut butter and jelly and a bag of chips. Dave?
Oh, did you make it yourself, Jerry?
Absolutely.
Ooh, my goodness. Delicious. Just delicious. You did the peanut butter in? That's great that they gave me a mic, because that was my best work of the night right there. Just forget it. Hit the cutting room floor.
I was reminded. I've been reminded of that comment on Twitter for like 2.5 weeks.
Have you really?
Oh yeah.
Well, you've been home, not working.
Exactly.
Just glad you're back, and I'm well fed. But this took a lot longer than it should have. Shouldn't somebody know how to close his door in about 30 seconds when the umpires ask for it? I mean,
well, you need one of those remotes. I think that's probably the problem. You don't have the remote control. Look at that.
There we go.
Oh, look out. There we go.
Somebody get a bucket.
Oh, look out. He's going to fall.
Oh, God. Don't get hurt, whatever you do. Oh, man. This is me at home when mine doesn't work.
Yeah, now we got all kind of meetings going on about this. The umpire's coming out. He says, maybe I can close the door.
Oh, man. Please don't get on the bucket.
I think it's coming down very slowly. See it?
Yeah. Very. He kicked the bucket.
We should be resuming action in about 3 hours.
There's got to be a better system than this to get this darn thing down. Boy, this was like the first garage door that was ever put in the history of garage doors.
It might have been. May have been.
It's like, a couple of days after the Titanic sank, they put this thing in. Wow. And so finally we get back to playing ball. Unless you want to see some more video of Jerry giving me a sandwich. Batter will be Gary Sanchez. John Farrell was the eagle eye who spotted that. Sanchez with a double and a run in the first inning. It is 2-0 Yankees. Back on August 22nd, he became the fastest player in history to reach 11 home runs in his 23rd game. He's added on to that now, 14.
Back-to-back changeups to start him off. This time it was a fastball that was supposed to be up and in his last at bat, but stayed out over the plate that he hit for the ground rule double out toward the triangle.
1-1 from Erod. High fly to right. Betts heading over toward the warning track area, and just shy of that will put it away. One out here in the third. DraftKings is the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of the Boston Red Sox. Experience the thrill of playing at DraftKings now. Play free daily using the promo code NESSN at DraftKings.com. Starlin Castro now base hit to drive in a run in the first inning. He's 1 for 1. Tampa Bay has fought back to tie the Orioles. Second inning, they're 4-4. A lot of runs early at Camden Yards. You're talking about early in the season when Erod was going through the pitch tipping problems. Seemed to get around that eventually, worked that out in the minor leagues. There was a confrontation, I guess you'd call it, of sorts, a pep talk, certainly, with Dustin Pedroia at Tampa Bay, in which Dustin really took charge of a mound meeting while Rodriguez was getting hit pretty hard in there for a called strikes. He's had a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, it's been a lot of you're right, you're exactly right, ups and downs for Rodriguez all season long. Injuries, tipping pitches, you know, Pedroia coming in to get him out of a mood, a bad mood, and stop feeling sorry for yourself. And he seems to have turned it around since then. Although I must say, tonight, early in the game, he's struggling with his location.
He said some very strong starts in the second half. Last one came in Toronto last time out. He went 6 solid innings. He allowed just 4 hits. He struck out 5, but he took the loss. He gave up 3 runs. 2-2. High fly ball lifted to deep left field. Benintendi backing up, leaping. It's up off the 10. It'll be 2 bases for Castro. He's 2 for 2 tonight. Double going with that single first time.
Castro gets a pitch that's up and in and actually muscles that ball up against the left field wall. You see the location of the pitch, not that bad. Obviously, it would have been better had it been down a little bit, but still got it in tight to him. But he's still able to get enough of the barrel of the bat on the ball to get it off that left field wall for the double.
Here's the new acquisition, Butler. Now he drove in a run with a sac fly in the first inning, as he knocked one to center field to bring in their second run. And that one stroked into left center field. A solid hit to the alley. Here comes another run in. Castro will score, and Butler has contributed to his new ball club with 2 RBIs already tonight. And the Yankees lead it 3-0.
Yeah, that's going to be a good feeling. You just get picked up by a ball club, and you got yourself a sacrifice fly, first pitch in the next at bat, a line drive base hit to drive in a run. And again, you know, that location right now, that command for Eduardo Rodriguez, not exactly the way he'd want it.
So he has already surrendered 6 hits, including 3 doubles, one of those a pop-up double. Didi Gregorius 0 for 1 with a fly to left, did not offer. So the Red Sox in an early hole, 3-0. Gregorius started the night at .272 at 18 homers. High fly, deep left center. Bradley back, facing the wall now. They'll play it off the green. Butler had to wait on that. He is into third base, into second base. Gregorius, and another double for the Yankees. That's 3 consecutive hits, and they have runners at second and third.
I don't know what Butler was doing on that. You know, first of all, we'll take a look at the double off the wall, but that's one that he should have scored on. He, for some reason, was hanging around second base to tag up with 1 out. That made no sense at all. There's the ball by Gregorius going deep out there to left field. Now Butler just hangs around second base. You can see right here. And, you know, had he been going all the way, there's a chance maybe he could have scored on that. But he'll smile and stand at third base.
I don't think you got a very good read on that.
No, I don't think so, because that's, you know, that's not playing here every day. If you play here every day, you know that ball's going to be off the wall. But it looked like he didn't judge it to be.
Now it's Hembree quickly loosening up here in the third inning, because Rodriguez is getting hit.
Another look at Butler heading to second base, and he slows up, thinking, you know, possibly that ball's going to be caught. There's a little hesitation, rounds third base, but you know, with his speed, probably would not have scored anyway. But in this ballpark, you know, most guys that play here a lot know that ball's going to be off the wall there at full tilt.
This, by the way, the most runs that Rodriguez has ever allowed against the Yankees. These 3 runs, and in serious trouble here with Headley up. Rodriguez pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. 7 hits, 3 earned. And Scott the left-hander, Robbie Scott, we've only briefly seen this year. A shot to right field. Betts trying to make a play. It's going to drop in. Another run will score. Butler is across. Down to third is Gregorius on the RBI single by Headley to make it 4-0. And they're all falling in against Erod tonight. Very unusual against his Yankee team.
And the Yankees, they're being very aggressive too against Rodriguez. You know, they've watched this guy pitch well against him a number of times against this ball club, and they're being very, very aggressive tonight. Good job by Headley. Takes the pitch that's away from him, goes the other way. That's a pretty good play there by Betts to allow that ball not to get by him.
Headley was 50th RBIs, 1 for 2 tonight. That's 4 straight hits for the Yankees. Refsnyder 0 for 1. He is grounded to second. And they warm up with a little more intensity in that bullpen. 4-0 New York. Only one down. And it'll go to first, and a runner easily back in.
I think if you look at one thing for Erod in this game so far tonight, it's his location. You know, I mean, the velocity's there. He's thrown a couple of sliders. The changeup hadn't been real good for him. It stayed upstairs, but fastball location has not been good.
Gregorius at third base, Headley at first base. Mendes Rodriguez need a double play ball.
Well, those throws to first base came from the dugout because here comes John Farrell. He was just giving the pitcher more time to loosen up in the bullpen. He's going to make the switch.
Well, it's a very, very quick night for Rodriguez. Unexpected. Hembree is coming on as he only gets one out here in the third inning, trailing 4-0. We'll be back with more in a moment. He's not true tonight. 2 1/3, 8 hits, 4 earned runs, and he only gets one man out in the third, giving way to Heath Hembree, who has been pitching quite effectively, and the Red Sox desperately need that to continue. He went 2 scoreless innings against the Orioles on Tuesday, and he will take on Rob Refsnyder, trying to end this string of Yankee hits, which has reached 4 straight. It started with a double, 1 out by Castro, and then Butler with a base hit, Gregorius with the double, Headley with a single, and the Sox have to go to the bullpen. One man out, runner at first. Headley takes off, and the pitch down low, and he has a stolen base.
What a jump by Headley at first base. I mean, he was way towards second base. Watch him take off before Hembree even realizes that he's gone, and really no chance at all. Leon wisely puts it in his back pocket. So now the Red Sox have to put the infield in, already down by 4.
1-0 on Ref Snyder. And everybody in close for the Red Sox on the infield. Here's the 1-0. Fouled back. They've been very aggressive tonight. Ref Snyder, born in South Korea. He was adopted by a family in Southern California. And would go on to start at the University of Arizona. 2014, the Yankees minor league player of the year. He has runners at second and third. And in there for a strike.
I wouldn't be at all surprised the second and third situation with 1 out, working toward the bottom of the batting order, that they do play contact with Gregorius at third base. And I mean contact. Anything that's hit on the ground, he goes, even though the infield's in. Try to force the action.
Hembree's 1-2. Waved at and missed. He got him. Got him to chase a fastball outside. So there are 2 down.
95 on this last fastball and about 6 inches to the outside part of the plate. No contact with 2 men in scoring position, so a huge strikeout there for Hembree. Now the infielder can drop back with the 2 outs.
Brings up the 9-man Austin, who doubled his first trip as he popped one down the right field line, and it fell. He grounds to third, and Shaw with a clean stop gets him to retire the side. So Hembree does good work out of the bullpen. Yankees add 2 more. They're up 4-0. Booed, custom made in the United States of fine Italian fabrics, available at Men's Warehouse. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, and Garen Austin with you from Fenway. Red Sox with work to do. They're down 4-0 to Masahiro Tanaka. Jackie Bradley with his first at bat tonight. And then Andrew Benintendi, who's returned to the lineup this evening after that knee injury is healed up. The 0-1.
Now 2 really big outs by Hembree, and let's see if that can spark the offense a little bit here in the 3rd inning.
Bradley has hit Yankee pitching quite well. Not necessarily Tanaka. He's 2 for 16 off him, but he's hit everybody else. 375 against the Yankees this season.
Headley switching positions now with Didi Gregorius. Chase Headley moved to the second base side in the shift.
And Tanaka with a 1-2. And he swung and foul tipped it. Like so many pitchers from Japan, Tanaka has that hesitation midway through the windup before the delivery. And like so many pitchers from Japan, he has an outstanding split finger pitch.
There it was right there, and a good job for Bradley to stay off it, because well, you see that pitch at the bottom of the strike zone, then it just disappears. And if you can recognize splitter and it's going to be this low, you've got to take it because it's going to dip lower. Easier said than done.
And a dance out of the way, leaping up to get free on that fastball downstairs. 3-2 on Jackie.
Back to the fastball this time against Bradley. Again down in the zone, but some fancy footwork to get out of the way of that one.
The 3-2 to Bradley. Roll foul. Tanaka first became nationally known in Japan as a high school star when he broke Daisuke Matsuzaka's career strikeout record. It was a very big deal there. All the Japanese teams battled to draft him. Process a little bit different than it is in the United States. The Golden Eagles drew the lucky straw to have his services. There's a big start there, and that one downstairs, ball 4. So Jackie Bradley is aboard, and let's send it down to Garrett.
Well, Obi, I talked to Andrew Benintendi before the game, and he said he feels good. He feels 100%, and that knee brace is starting to feel more comfortable. He said even though he was out for 3 weeks, it felt more like 3 months, but the training staff did a great job in getting him ready, and he's excited to be back on the field. And guys, I had to ask him about the hair. He said he's not ready to cut it, but his mom is coming into town this weekend, and she might have something to say about it.
Mom always does. Why would he cut it, though? It's his signature look.
I got to tell you, I like Garen Austin's leather jacket. I mean, it's fall, it's September, leather jacket, nice.
Thank you, Jerry. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, very autumn. Feeling like it tonight with temperatures in the low 60s. Down low, and the runner's going to hold at first base. Bradley back to the bag. Benintendi made his major league debut on August 2nd. And right away looked very, very comfortable in the big leagues. That brace has been a different matter. He's been trying to get that just right. I was in the clubhouse today and picked it up. It's very light, made out of titanium. Softly hit up the first base line. Tanaka will go to first to get the out. Jackie Bradley into second.
I hated when you had to wear anything like that. You know, you're just not used to it. And even though they make them so well today and so light, it's not something you're accustomed to wearing, and it does take a while to get used to.
You know, better to wear that than the alternative. When we saw him at Tampa Bay with that base running play, man, it looked like he was done.
Yeah, I did.
So one away, Dustin Pedroia 0 for 1. He is flying to right. Last night ending his 19-game hitting streak here at Fenway. And has been frankly ridiculous with that hitting streak at Fenway, hitting .487. Dustin started play tonight hitting .329. And Altuve, the Astros, still leads the American League .341. But he was injured last night. He had to come out of their game because of an oblique injury. So Pedroia is still with a shot to run him down. There are enough games left. Red Sox with a record of 81-64. 1 game lead on Baltimore, 2 over Toronto, 4 over the Yankees. Bradley at second, dancing away, not running. 2-1.
Castro at second base had been holding him on a little bit, and I was questioning why. You got a 4-0 lead, and I don't think Jackie's going to go anyplace. So you kind of, just make your presence known, then get back in position. One thing you don't want to be is out of position on a ground ball. Up four runs.
This crowd wants something to happen. A 2-1. That's high, according to home plate umpire Hirschbeck. So the count goes to 3-1. I know Tanaka wanted that one. Xander Bogaerts, the man on deck. Jackie Bradley at second. Good count for Dustin Pedroia. The 3-1. Hard hit but foul as he hooked it.
See, there's a perfect example of Tanaka. A fastball count, 3 balls and 1 strike. And Pedroia doesn't get it. He gets the split-fingered fastball. Now, it's not a great splitter. It stays up in the zone, but it's off speed enough to have Dustin out on his front foot and hook it foul. So, even in those fastball counts, you can't be guaranteed a fastball from Tanaka.
Look at that. The lowest percentage of fastballs of any non-knuckleball starter in the majors. 3-2 on Petey. Base hit and left. Bradley to third, stopping there. And the Sox have some brewing here, first and third with 1 down. Time now for a game break. Brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store of the Boston Red Sox. Here's TC. Tampa Bay surging. So there are your standings. Orioles 1 game off the pace. The batter will be Xander Bogaerts. 0 for 1. He has fly to center. Xander hitting his 19th home run of the season on Tuesday. Trying to pick up the first Red Sox run tonight with Bradley just 90 feet away. David Ortiz up next. 4-0 New York. Tanaka with a long look into Sanchez.
He wants the fastball inside.
Comes the 0-1. Too far at 92.
Very similar to what he did to Bogaerts in his last at bat. Second pitch was a fastball in.
Red Sox trying to get on the board. And the 1-1 from Tanaka. Good patience there by Xander Bogaerts on another split.
And a nice play also by Sanchez to catch it. That ball in the dirt. You expect the split finger to be down in the dirt, so you kind of prepared for it, but you still got to make the play. Goes down very quickly, covers up the 5 hole, and saves a run.
Two and 1 on Xander. And a 2-1 home. Now 3 balls and a strike.
And again, no guarantee Bogaerts will see a fastball on a 3-1 count.
Xander has been reaching base a lot against the Yankees. In fact, over his last 12 games here at Fenway, he's hitting .360 against New York. But what will he get on 3-1? Fouled away.
Well, he did get a fastball, but again, that fastball was inside the Bogarts. And Cincinnati going to Hirschbeck and saying, was that ball a strike? And even though he swung at it, he wants to know that if he had taken that pitch, would have been called a strike. And I believe it would have been.
You think it would have been a strike?
I think it would have been, yeah.
And a lot of movement on it. Bradley at third, Pedroia at first. Tanaka checks his runners, and the 3-2. He walks him. He's walked 2 men in the inning, and the bases are going to be loaded for David Ortiz. So a golden opportunity for the Red Sox to climb into this thing down 4-0.
Now remember the first at bat for Ortiz. He did not see a fastball in his whole at bat. Saw 4 pitches, all were off-speed pitches.
It would be fitting for Big Papi to pass Mickey Mantle in a game against the Yankees on the all-time home run list. Right now he's tied with him. 17th place. No place to put him. He takes a strike. David doubled in the first inning down the right field line, so he's 1 for 1. Nobody surprised at that. 351 lifetime with the bases loaded for David. One man away. They're all loaded. 1-1.
Still haven't seen a fastball. Back-to-back sliders.
The Yankees have announced that they will honor David Ortiz on September 29th at Yankee Stadium. That's a Thursday night with a pregame ceremony. Tanaka with a 1-1. High fly ball left field. Here's Gardner. The edge of the track. He makes the play. Here comes Jackie Bradley to score easily. And the Red Sox are on the scoreboard. David Ortiz with his 112th RBI to make it 4-1.
Well, it's not what everybody was hoping for, but the fact is it does get the Red Sox on the board. So good things have happened. You know, Henry got a couple of big outs. That's a split-fingered fastball that time, darting down and away from Ortiz. So he continues to go through the night. He's seen about 7 or 8 pitches on the night. Has not seen a fastball yet.
He does drive in the first run for Boston. Pedroia holding at second base. And here's Betts. Mookie 0 for 1. He is grounded to third. A 4-1 game. Mookie with 30 home runs and 104 runs batted in. He remains the Major League's total base leader. And looking to add to his MVP candidacy here with 2 men on. Popped him up. The catcher Sanchez ranging back to the netting, and he makes the play. And Tanaka really minimized the damage there. He allows only the 1 run, and at the end of 3 it is 4-1 New York. In January of 2017, fans can enjoy 2 exciting outdoor Hockey East doubleheaders January 7th and 14th. Tickets are on sale right now. Visit redsox.com/Frozen Fenway for more information. 4th inning, Red Sox get a run. Just the 1 run on the RBI from David Ortiz. So Hembree back out there for his 2nd inning of work out of the bullpen. And he'll get Gardner, Ellsbury, and Sanchez here in the 4th. Gardner tonight has popped to 2nd and been hit by a pitch. That was when Erod was on the mound, and he took some offense to that, kind of glanced out at him. Might have been a couple of words exchanged, not sure about that, but Gardner thought maybe there was more to it than just a pitch getting away.
I think it was a pitch getting away because I said at the time, you know, Gardner's the guy he wants to get. He didn't want to go to Ellsbury, who has success against him.
Yeah, Gardner only 3 for 13 against Rodriguez, so that would not have made sense. In there for a strike.
The pitch that gets away inside, he gets Gardner right off the elbow. He looked out at Rodriguez as he went down the first base line. It looked like Rodriguez said something to Gardner, and didn't amount to anything.
Flick foul out of play. Ellsbury is on deck, then Sanchez. Red Sox have a series coming up in New York on that long road trip. The 27th, 28th, 29th of September. Those are the last 3 Red Sox road games before they come home for the final time of the regular season against Toronto. Two. That schedule coming up. 4 here with the Yankees, then it's on to Baltimore for 4 huge games. Tampa Bay in the middle before the Yankees, and finally 3 at home against the Toronto Blue Jays, actually ending in October on October 2nd. 3-2 Rattler foul. Clay Buchholz tomorrow, David Price on Saturday, Drew Pomeranz pitching on Sunday. And Hembree home with a 3-2. And he walks him. So Gardner is on. And good speed as well with 14 stolen bases. Red Sox season ticket holders, you can experience the best seats, price, and benefits Fenway has to offer. For information on becoming a season ticket holder, please visit redsox.com/season tickets or call 877-RED SOX 9 today.
Good point, Dave. You know, Gardner, we'll see if the Yankees continue to put pressure on. 14 steals, caught twice.
Headley has a stolen base. Ellsbury was on in the 1st inning, did not try and run. He has singled and flied out. To the center fielder, Jackie Bradley, plenty of time. He's got it. 1 man away. Sanchez next. We're talking about Sanchez and the home run numbers and what he's already accomplished. He took home the Rookie of the Month for August and the Player of the Month for August in the American League. That had never been done before. So he's setting some history with the home run pace and everything. He's a guy who hit 18 home runs last year in the minor leagues. He did all right, but not what he's doing now. Not this kind of pace.
No, you know, it's interesting. Last time the Yankees were here, just watching him take batting practice, you know, it's kind of like going, wow, this guy's got some power. And then all of a sudden he showed it to you in the game by hitting that back wall in center field, and you come back to Fenway Park and he's got 14 home runs
just 5 weeks later. It's always fascinating to me how a guy can be doing one thing pretty well in the minor leagues, then comes to the majors and suddenly he's an all-star doing that. In his case, hitting home runs. There goes Gardner. A strike, the throw, and won't get him. And to be cut off in front of the bag by Pedroia is number 15 for Brett Gardner.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that the Yankees will run on Hembree. You know, we expected Gardner to go. He's got the 14 steals, make it 15 now. Gets a very good jump. No look back, no hit and run, straight out steal right there. And because he had the rush, Sandy Leon bounces the ball and really had no chance. So we've seen two guys take off on Hembree. Headley was one, and now Gardner the other.
So one down, they have a man in scoring position for Sanchez. Big strong kid, 6'2", about 235. Off the mid of Leon, and Gardner will take off. He'll get into third base standing up. Fastball that Sandy Leon could not handle.
That ball just sailed on Hembree. It sailed up and away, and you're going to see Sandy Leon, who's expecting the ball away but not high. And it deflects off his glove, goes back to the backstop. We'll see how they rule that. Probably a pass ball.
That is correct. Fastball on Sandy, so the infield is in. And the Yankees threatening to get that run back. The Red Sox just scored. 4-1 New York in the fourth. Sanchez doubled his first time up since he has flied to right. Right to the third baseman Shaw. Gardner will hold, and he makes the play at first base for the second out. Gardner not going anywhere.
Well, we talk often about the contact play and when you use it, when you don't use it. And that time, even with speed at third base and Gardner, they elect not to use it. The reason is they have their cleanup hitter coming to the plate. So Gardner clearly not going on contact. They got to give their cleanup hitter a chance to swing the bat in this situation.
That Starlin Castro has an RBI single and a double. 2 for 2 tonight. And a pretty good power out of him too, with 21 homers. He'll look at strike one on a fastball. He's the first Yankee second baseman to hit 20 home runs since Robinson Cano, who did it on 5 occasions with the Yankees. Now, of course, with the Seattle Mariners. Gardner at third, and the 0-1 from Heath Hembree. If you're just tuning in, Hembree had to come on to relief Eduardo Rodriguez, who only lasted 2 1/3 innings tonight against a team he's really dominated. But he gave up 4 runs, 8 hits, and John Farrell had to go out and get him. Sox have gotten 1 back on a David Ortiz sacrifice fly to drive in a run with the bases loaded. And Tampa Bay continues to score 7-4 on Baltimore in the 4th inning. Toronto plays later tonight at Anaheim, the 1-1. Well, the Blue Jays have really fallen. They have lost 7 out of their last 10. And yet remain 2 games out. Here's the 2-1 on the former Cub, Castro. Billy Butler on deck. He's enjoying his new ball club. His 2 RBIs tonight. Gardner at third, 3 balls and a strike on Castro. And he got a piece and popped it foul back out of play.
Expecting a fastball right there as Joe Kelly looks like he's going to start to get loose in the Red Sox bullpen. But Castro expecting a fastball on that 3-1 count, did not get it. Got a slider from Hembree and fouled it back.
Now the third inning was Eduardo Rodriguez undoing as he allowed 4 consecutive hits, including a couple of doubles. 3-2 off the glove. He slowed it down. Pedroia with a bare hand throw and not in time, and another run is in. Gardner scores. Hembree slowed it up, got some leather on it. It'll wind up a base hit and an RBI.
It's a normal reaction for a pitcher. You go for it, but if he goes by him, I think Pedroia has that ball easily for an out at first base. But it's just a normal reaction. You see the high bounce as a pitcher. You want to make the play. It slows up enough where Pedroia has to rush the sidearm throw. It's not going to be in time and a run. Hembree upset with himself for not making the play himself, but had that ball got by him without contact, I believe Pedroia would have had him.
I think you're right. Castro will pick up the RBI, his second of the ball game, to make it 5-1. Butler already has 2 of them with a sac fly and an RBI single. So the Red Sox again down by 4 runs here in the top half of the 4th. And the walk came back to haunt him, didn't it? The walk of Gardner and then the stolen base. Brett Gardner touching home on that infield single. So the Yankees have now out-hit the Red Sox tonight 9-2. The 0-2 to Butler. Swung on and fouled to the mid for strike 3. But the Yankees pick up another in the 4th. They're ahead 5-1. Old question, and it was, will the Yankees make the playoffs? How do you feel about that? Let's check out your answers tonight. 59% of you believe they will not, with this 4-game deficit in the division. And right now, 4th place team. Well, the Red Sox are behind 5-1 as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning, and Hanley Ramirez leads it against Tanaka, who came in 13-4. Hanley with a ground out to third, 0 for 1. He has hit 4 home runs his last 7 games. Red Sox could use another right here to get a jolt of life into the offense. Travis Shaw on deck.
That's a rare sight right there. Back-to-back fastballs from Tanaka.
And his 1-1 to Hanley. Rocketed but foul. Up into the sweet level.
As one Tanaka got away with a hanging slider that time. Slider up about letter high to Hanley Ramirez, but he hooks it foul. Watch the location of this pitch. Stays upstairs and Hanley out in front of it.
Tanaka fortunate. That did turn into Hanley's 25th home run. And a 1-2 to the shortstop. Knocked him down for a moment. Gregorius up quickly and gets him. Very athletic play. So 1 man away. Harvard football gets their season underway tomorrow night at 7 on NESN Plus as they host Rhode Island at Harvard Stadium. The Crimson with a preseason pick to win the Ivy League. They'll go for their 15th straight non-conference win tomorrow night. 1 up, 1 down for Travis Shaw. Travis 255 with 16 homers, 70 runs batted in. He's got a lot of friends back home in Ohio because he has more folks who come to see us before the broadcast who are from Ohio.
Yeah, we had to have 15 people from Ohio in the booth today.
And they're all very nice and all very sweet, but they all know the Shaw family. Everybody in Ohio. Popped to center, racing out Gregorius and makes the play. Long running effort to haul that in. He's made a couple of nice plays in the inning.
Yeah, he's a good defensive shortstop. There's no question about that. He does have 15 errors on the season, but he makes a lot of nice plays, and he kind of made this one look fairly routine. I don't believe in routine plays in baseball, but he made that look easy.
2 men gone for Sandy Leon. Sandy 0 for 1 with a ground ball to second. He has hit the Yankees well this season. 529 coming into play tonight. The last inning, the Red Sox had a pretty good chance to put a hurt on Tanaka. They loaded up the bases with only 1 out, but got just the 1 run on a sac fly from David Ortiz. And it is 5-1 New York. The 1-0 on the corner, says Hirschbeck. Get the splitter, the 4-seam fastball, the curve, slider, change, and the cutter. If he chooses to use them all.
And he does. He has in this game.
And now the 5th inning, and Tampa Bay still leading Baltimore 7-4. The 1-1 into left center field for a base hit. So Sandy keeps on hitting the Yankees, and he's 1 for 2 tonight. Sunday at 8, don't miss the Ultimate Red Sox Show presented by AAA. We have the best moments from the past week of Red Sox baseball at Sunday at 8 only on NESN. 2-out single for Sandy Leon brings up Jackie Bradley, who's hitting out of the 8 slot tonight. Jackie began what looked to be a promising rally in the 3rd inning with a walk. He would later score the only Red Sox run. Tanaka walked 2 men in the 3rd. Strike 1. And it's Junichi Tozawa throwing in the Red Sox pen. If he comes in, he'll be the 3rd Red Sox pitcher to work in this game. A 1 ground ball hit to Castro. He's up and over. Retiring the side. No runs a hit, 1 left. And after 4, 5-1 Yankees. For Red Sox tickets with the best seats at the lowest prices, from bleachers to boxes. Visit aceticket.com or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Members of the band Alice in Chains there. They'll be at House of Blues tomorrow. We move on to the 5th inning. 5-1 Yankees. And Junichi Tozawa makes an appearance out of the bullpen. Third Red Sox pitcher to work tonight. 3-2 of 444 in 50 appearances. Takes over for Hembree, who allowed 1 run while he was in the game. Eduardo Rodriguez in 2 1/3 gave up 4 before John Farrell took him out. I'll tell you what, the Yankees with their 5 runs on 9 hits have taken the crowd out of it for the most part. Big crowd at Fenway, another sellout for the first of the 4 with the Yankees. But all New York early on here. Gregorius has doubled and flied to left, 1 for 2. Gregorius from Amsterdam. His dad pitched in one of the top Dutch leagues when Didi was little, and his mom was a national softball player. A lot of talent in this family. And a base hit. Man Moore down that line. It's going to keep on rolling. Up against the wall. Benintendi has to dig it out, and it'll be a double for Gregorius, his 2nd of the night.
Yeah, the first double was a bloop down that first baseline, but this time goes opposite field. Excuse me, that double before was to left field. This time he goes down that third base line. You see how much room he has down the third base line, and it rolls all the way to the 310. And by that time, no problem being in scoring position at second base.
So he's 2 for 3. That's 5 Yankee doubles tonight against the Red Sox staff. In front of Chase Headley.
Yeah, and Headley right here will be trying to pull the ball and see if he can move that runner to the third base. Bogaerts has got to keep him a little bit close over there.
Headley is 1 for 2. Has an RBI and a stolen base. Came in swinging a pretty good bat too. Came into the series having reached base in 27 of his last 29. He's been a contributor. Not the kind of numbers he had with San Diego several years ago, but he's a steady guy, particularly defensively. Makes a lot of good plays over there. San Diego, he's a Gold Glover, and he also won a Silver Slugger award as the top offensive player at his position. Pedroia backed up into short right field, a 2-0. Fouled off first.
And nothing on his mind right there, but pull that fastball, a 2-0 count. Looking for something he could pull. He got it, but pulled it foul. Wants to get the base hit by pulling the ball to drive the run in, but if he makes it out, at least get Gregorius to third base in less than 2 outs.
Nobody on a man at second, and a 2-1 from Tozawa. In there for a called strike. You remember earlier this season, back when the Yankees were here in August, Rick Porcello thought that Headley might have been peaking and took umbrage at that. A little bit of a dust up. Porcello, a tough luck loser yesterday, losing at Fenway for the first time all season. He got jammed there big time and fouled it away.
You go back to that play earlier this year, and you can see Headley sliding into third base, gets back, is called out, and you can see Porcello pointing to his eyes. And you know, when you see that, that means he's telling the hitter that he's peaking, and it didn't get any more heated than that. That was about it, but it's just a message that Rick was sending to say, if you are, and I think you are, stop it.
The 2-2 coming. Runner going. Here's the throw down at third. And the tag. He's going to be safe. Well, it looked like the throw beat him there. But Gregorius is going to be safe at third.
Now that's what I was concerned about, is the fact that you got to kind of hold him on a little bit, and I think he might have got his hand around the tag. There's the sweep, and I believe that's the correct call. Looks like the hand did get around the tag of Travis Shaw. He's got the ball in plenty of time, but watch the right hand. Does it get on the bag before the tag gets on the elbow?
If Travis Shaw had kept sweeping that tag, I don't think there'd be any controversy. He would have been out, but he kind of stopped in mid-motion, and they want to take a look at it.
Yeah.
So
I don't blame him. It's close enough to do so.
This play will be under review. Here's a very close look.
Now, in the old days, that would have been an automatic out. The ball beat you there. But now with replay, I mean, they're going to get a better look at this. And the question I have, did the right hand come around before the tag got to the body of Gregorius? And I must admit, I was concerned about him taking off. I mean, a lot of it doesn't add up because you got a left-handed hitter at the plate. You got Leon, who's thrown out 41%, but they were giving him a very big lead at second base.
So they're taking a look at New York. He is ruled safe. Rackley got a pretty darn good look at it.
I think he's safe. I'll be honest with you.
So John Farrell challenging the play. Under review here with the Red Sox trailing 5-1. And if they uphold it, it'll be a stolen base of third with nobody out for Gregorius.
As I mentioned before replay, automatic out.
Yes.
It used to be the ball beat you, you're out.
Yep, true of any base.
That's why guys now are so good at diving in head first and readjusting those hands.
And he is safe.
Yeah. That's the correct call.
So Gregorius 90 feet away, his 7th stolen base of the year. And it is the 3rd tonight for the Yankees. So they are running and running a lot. Headley has 1-2. He's 1 for 2 tonight. Count on him, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And the infield pulled in the shift for the Red Sox.
And Tazawa with a 3-2. Ground ball foul.
I'll tell you, you look down at third base and you got Travis Shaw well off that line at third base because of the defensive positioning. Well, what the runner at third's got to do is get as large a lead as what Shaw's giving him. So if that's the case, he can get way down the line and you can play contact even with nobody out.
3 men on the right side for Boston. And the 3-2 once again. And that's in there for strike 3. Caught him looking. He debates it, but he'll take a seat.
Yeah, splitter, a high splitter that time from Tazawa, but over the plate for the strike. Most of the time you expect that pitch to be down in the zone. That one stayed upstairs and on the outside corner. Nice glove positioning too by Sandy Leon. Infield remains in.
Robbie Scott up for the 2nd time in the Boston bullpen.
Now again the chance of the contact play very much in play.
Ref Snyder the batter. He's gone 0 for 2. Fouled away. He is grounded to second and struck out. Not a lot of power here. Ref Snyder's yet to hit a home run. They're on top 5-1. They've used a slew of doubles to build that lead tonight. Gregorius at third. The 1-strike pitch from Tazawa. That fastball missing. Tazawa these days working in earlier inning situations. He worked in a 12-2 game the other night, which the Red Sox won. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Right through there. Red Sox hoping for a long effort out of Clay Buchholz tomorrow night at 7:10. David Price going on Saturday afternoon at 1:05. Should be game 3 of a 4-game series. That one ate him up. Down he goes, strike 3 with the splitter. Back-to-back strikeouts.
That clearly has been the best splitter that Tazawa's thrown since coming in the game. This is exactly where he wants it. He starts it low, knee high, and then watch the bottom fall out of it. Ends up at the bottom of the strike zone. So very good pitch, a big strikeout for Tazawa. Now the infielder can move back with 2 outs.
Lexus is making a pledge to strikeout hunger. For every strikeout by a Red Sox pitcher, Lexus donates $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. Here's the 9-hitter Tyler Austin, who has doubled and grounded to third. 5-1 New York. Austin was diagnosed at the age of 17 with testicular cancer. He had surgery. No chemo was necessary for that treatment. He was able to come all the way back, and there's been no trace of the cancer since then. He fouls that one straight back, and the count's 0-2.
Well, he set him up with 2 fastballs upstairs. Will he go to the splitter back down now at 2 strikes?
2 men down. Inning started by Gregorius doubling and then stealing third base, but Tazawa has struck out the next 2.
He will try the splitter.
And the 0-2. And he got him. 3 consecutive strikeouts to freeze that runner at third base.
At 5-1. Let's take that look at that last at bat. 2 high fastballs As you can see, they go upstairs. Now you expect them to go down. Now watch Leone give a high target. That's just in case anybody's tipping off the hitter that it might be a high pitch. No, they ain't going to go high. They're going to go downstairs, change eye level. Too high fastball done to split it down. But a little deke by Leone.
Benintendi leading off the last half of the fifth inning. Red Sox trying to make up 4 runs here. 5-1 Yankees. Andrew getting back in the lineup tonight has grounded to the pitcher. He is 0 for 1. Sharply hit fair past the diving Austin. Down the line where Williams is just in the game. He bobbles it a little bit. Racing for second. Stopping there. Benintendi. He's got himself a double. Jumped all over that pitch from Tanaka. As mentioned, Mason Williams just taking over in right field for Ref Snyder.
A curveball that time that stays on the inside part of the plate, and a top spin ground ball right down the first base line. And you can see that Austin, the first baseman, was even with the line, so he had no time to react. Question why he would have been playing that close to the bag or that far in, expecting the possible bunt, because we have not seen that from Benintendi.
His 7th double of the season brings up Pedroia, who's gone 1 for 2. Hitting .330 and .435 as the leadoff man. Will the 2-base hit by Benintendi start something against Masahiro Tanaka? Bogart's next. And chopped to the shortstop. Benintendi back to second. Gregorius will throw out Pedroia for the first out. David Ortiz final regular season stop is only on NESN with 3 days of nonstop celebration live from Fenway. Don't miss a minute of the on-field ceremonies plus special pregame and postgame shows. It's the Red Sox and Blue Jays Friday, September 30th through Sunday, October 2nd, only on NESN. David, who follows Xander Bogaerts, who is flying to center and taking ball 4. Bogaerts, along with Betts, scoring over 100 runs this season, is at 104. Would love to add to that total tonight. And he takes a ball outside.
You know, Dave, I hate to be picky, especially with young players, but Benintendi could have gone to third base on that last ground ball. The way the ball was hit, you could tell that the shortstop, Gregorius, was going to have to come in to make the play. And by coming in that far, there's no way he would have got Benintendi at third base. Now, it's important to have him over there because with 1 out, he can score on an infield ground ball, make it a three-run ball game.
Yeah, Gregorius, all his momentum was coming in. Benintendi holding up, and that'll miss outside to make it 2-0.
Here's what I'm talking about. Now watch Gregorius, the shortstop, how the ball's hit now. He's got to come in. So, you know, Benintendi had an opportunity there to take third base, and certainly Gregorius would have paid no attention to him at all. He's just concerned about getting the out. A little bit picky, but it could mean a run.
Bogarts shooting for his 86th RBI. Here's the 2-0 from Tanaka. To the right side. Castro gloves it. Gets him by a step and on to third base Benintendi, but now they're 2 down. And Ortiz is next. David's had a good night with a double and also a sac fly to drive in the only Red Sox run. That played to Jackie Bradley in the 3rd. So David now 6 for 22 lifetime against Tanaka with 1 home run.
And hadn't seen a fastball all night.
Benintendi with no one near third base, taking quite a lead.
There's the first fastball he sees. 94 miles an hour inside part of the plate.
David lifetime 305 against the Yankees with 52 home runs. And a 1-strike pitch from Tanaka. Tanaka's pitch count at 70. He has walked 2 men. One of them has scored. .536 home runs for David. Tied with Mantle for 17th all time. The 1-1. Here's Castro in short right field. Plenty of time to gather and get him, and that will do it. Benintendi's double goes to waste. 5-1 the Yankees.
There was a ceremony on the field honoring Brock Holt as the Red Sox nominee for the 2016 Roberto Clemente Award, MLB's top award for community service. Holt said that he was honored and humbled by the nomination as well as the ceremony, and that he's been extremely touched by all of the online support. And guys, fans still have the opportunity to vote for Brock to be the national recipient by voting Vote Brock online.
All right,
Guys,
Karen,
back to you.
thank you very much. And, you know, that is quite an award. I've known a couple of players who have taken that home, the overall national award, and they consider it one of the great awards of their careers. It only goes to one guy, the overall award. And it's a great thrill for him to be nominated. He's been talking about the last couple of days. Brett Gardner taking a strike from Robbie Scott, the left-hander who made his major league debut for the Red Sox on September 2nd at Oakland. And he tossed a scoreless 9th with 2 strikeouts. With the Paw Sox 4-3, a 2.54 ERA in 32 games. He did make 6 starts as well for the Paw Sox.
Well, everything's leaning toward first base when he delivers the ball, isn't it?
That's for sure. They've been very tough on lefties at the minor league level. They were hitting 147 off them. So he gets Gardner and Ellsbury. Gardner tonight with a pop-up. He was hit by a pitch. He's also walked, stolen a base, and scored a run. The Yankees have been running tonight with 3 steals as they lead it 5-1 here in the 6th. Short night for Eduardo Rodriguez, just 2 1/3. Learod had been so effective against the Yankees prior to this. 4-1, a 1.88 ERA when he faced the Yankees. in 6 starts. He was excellent against them the last time he squared off against them in August, so this was out of character. But he was not out there very long. The 2-2 lashed foul again by Gardner to hang in there.
Fastball inside that time. Let's see if he drops down to the side with a sweeping breaking ball against Gardner here with a couple of strikes on him. A 2-2 count.
Tampa Bay still leading the Orioles 7-4, 6th inning. Two. Got a piece of that one and rattled our camera. Ellsbury would be next. And the lefty Scott with a 2-2. And he drops it in there for called strike 3, says Hirschbeck.
Yeah, that's kind of the pitch I was expecting, but I did not expect it on the inside part of the plate. I thought he was going to go away with the breaking ball. Instead, he throws it directly at Gardner. Gardner jumps back, and the big break brings it very close to the corner.
So 1 man away for Ellsbury. He singled and scored a run the first inning. They got 2 right away in the opening frame against Rodriguez. Since then, Jacoby has flied out to center twice. That'll be ball 1. Jacoby has gotten married and become a father since he left Boston after the 2013 World Series. His daughter Emery, born last October. The 1-0. It's sharply but foul right up against the tarp. Tomorrow at 5:30, don't miss Friday Night Fenway, presented by Budweiser. John Farrell will join TC on the field for an exclusive interview. Be sure to visit Mr. Mike's Family Italian Restaurant in Haverhill Tuesday, September 20th at 6:30 for a Sox viewing party with Nesson. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. 2-1. Gary Sanchez on deck. Yankees ahead 5-1. They have 10 hits to the Sox 4. So it's been another very light hitting night for Boston so far against Tanaka. And you knew coming in he was going to be tough.
Well, the numbers show that. I mean, he has been just outstanding over his last 7 starts. 6-0.
Red Sox will have chances to figure him out the rest of the way. We're in the 6th inning. Popped up and backing out Bogarts. On the back pedal, he's got it for the 2nd out. 2 up and 2 down. Right now you get up to 60 months with no interest on anything at Jordan's Furniture. Furnish one room or your entire home. Best of all, you get to enjoy it now. Visit Jordans.com for details. Activity in the pen. It's Noe Ramirez starting to heat up for the Red Sox. Sanchez, first time up, doubled. Way out there in the triangle. Past Jackie Bradley, and it jumped up off the warning track for 2 bases off into the crowd. He's 1 for 3 tonight. He's shown off tremendous power since the Yankees called him up, but he also has a really strong arm back there as a catcher. He can really get it down to second base. 2-0 to count. In his minor league career, occasionally he had some disciplinary problems and some work ethic issues, but that all changed when he became a dad. Those are the reports, and really rededicated himself to his career. He's on the verge of becoming a star now for the Yankees, and that'll be in there for a strike if he isn't already. Nobody on base, 2 down, 5-1 New York. And Fenway a pretty quiet place at the moment. Hard hit. Nice scoop by Shaw. And he gets him. 1, 2, 3 they go. Here in the 6th inning. Red Sox need some runs. They're down 5-1. Moving moment brought to you by Old Dominion.
A nice night for Gregorius, the Yankees shortstop. First doubles off that left field line. Shows a little defense on a backhanded play here. A little bit more defense as he goes out towards center field to make a catch. Doubling down the third baseline against Tazawa. And then the speed, stealing third base on a nice quick move by his right hand to get the stolen base. So a very good night for the Yankee shortstop.
Old Dominion helping the world keep promises. Red Sox coming to bat here in the last half of the 6th inning and trying to jumpstart the offense. They're down 5-1 to Tanaka, Betts, Ramirez, Shaw, all getting their 3rd look at the right-hander from Japan. Mookie hammers that one right to third base. Gobbled up by Headley, and he gets him. So he's done in on 1 pitch. Attention Red Sox Nation, there's a reason why the Boston Red Sox and the rest of America run on Dunkin', because Dunkin's iced coffee is consistently smooth and delicious. Dunkin' Donuts coffee, the #1 coffee in New England. The Boston Red Sox run on Dunkin'. And Ramirez taking his time getting to home plate is 0 for 2 tonight. He has grounded to third and to the shortstop. This part of the order, Tanaka has really shut down Betts, Ramirez, Shaw, Leon. Sandy Leon did have a base hit last time up, but he's the only man in this part of the order who has. Only 4 hits tonight for the Red Sox. And strike 1. And he does have 35 RBIs his last 29 games. Been a huge part of the offense. The offense has been quieted so far. Here's the 0-1 pitch. He pops him up sky high at third. And Headley on the dirt will put it away. 2 down. Red Sox best chance to pile up some runs was certainly the 3rd inning. They had the bases loaded and 1 down. David Ortiz drove in 1 run with a sacrifice fly, but then Mookie Betts popped up. And that was it. Red Sox holding it that 1 run. Shaw is 0 for 2, a ground out and a pop-up tonight. He takes ball 1. If Tanaka gets the win, he will improve to 14-4. He is very methodical out there.
Very much in control of his game.
His last season in Japan was 2013, and he went 24-0 that year before coming to the United States. 1-2.
See, even when you get a fastball from him, which is very, very rare, you don't get it down the middle of the plate. That fastball was up and away from Travis Shaw.
Yankees stack 3 men on the right side in the shift. Shaw will get a time here from Hirschbeck.
Only sign we didn't see there was the split-fingered fastball.
One, two, and he fouls that one into the netting. Well, after the Yankee series, a 10-game road trip looms for the Red Sox. 4 in Baltimore, 3 at Tampa Bay, 3 at New York. Before the end of the season at home, the final 3 against Toronto. So 10 of the last 15 are on the road. Chop to first base. Austin there, and that'll do it. Red Sox go very quietly. That's an 8-pitch inning. The Red Sox postseason push is MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, and more. Get MLB.com at bat on your favorite devices right now. To the 7th, 5-1 New York. Starlin Castro leading things off, and he's not made an out tonight. He's 3 for 3, 2 singles and a double. And he's driven in a pair of runs. Facing Robbie Scott and a trickler foul. Yankees got 2 in the first inning, 2 in the third, another run in the 4th inning.
Joe Girardi just pulled a Robbie Ross in the dugout by catching that foul ball with his hat.
Pretty slick. Billy Butler on deck. Gregorius will follow him. Hot shot to short. Bogart's a leaping throw on target. Nicely done.
You know, you really don't know sometimes what to do. And, you know, if Bogarts takes another step, does he get him at first base? So he decides to make the jump throw and gets him by plenty. Now, if he continues momentum and then has to plant that right leg, he may not be able to get him at first base. So he has to make that instant decision to jump throw. And it was a very good play.
Sets down Castro for the first time tonight with that outstanding play. And here's Billy Butler. 1 for 2 with a single to drive in a run and a sac fly to drive in a run. Butler has been moving around the last several years. We saw him in the Oakland series. And now cross country with the Yankees after they cut him loose. Had some very good years with Kansas City. Although his power has fallen off in recent years. Right now 278 with 4 home runs. And Scott with a 1-1 pitch. Scott signed with the Red Sox as a non-drafted free agent out of the Independent League in 2011. Been in the minor leagues a while. He was an Eastern League midseason All-Star for Portland last year. So he opened some eyes. 2-2.
Well, change up that time from Scott to have Butler ahead on that swing.
Five runs, 10 hits for the Yankees, 1 run, 4 hits for the Sox. And a 2-2. Another play for Shaw. Has been pretty busy at the hot corner. And this one. 2 down. Stay tuned for Red Sox Final, presented by Plain Ridge Park Casino. TC, Tim Wakefield, and Steve Lyons will update the American League playoff races. And they'll preview Clay Buchholz's start tomorrow against the Yankees. Here's Gregorius. He's had a good night at the plate with a pair of doubles and a stolen base. 2 for 3. The Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th inning will have due up the bottom third of the order. Leon, Bradley, and Benintendi. Benintendi back in the lineup tonight. He's already belted a double. Out there in left field. He's also made one of the top 3 or 4 catches that you're going to see all year in the majors. That play he made down at Tropicana Field as Gregorius did not swing the bat. Just a spectacular play to steal a home run. Shortly thereafter, he was injured on the base paths. Scott with a 2-0. High fly to shallow center. Jackie Bradley sauntering in, and he's got it. Scott gets him 1-2-3. Still 5-1 Yankees. The Jimmy Fund check presentation. We saw kids with cancer and their families from the Jimmy Fund Bay State Hospital. And then the celebration of the big check as well. Over $3.6 million raised this year for the WEEI Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. And Nesson, of course, a big part of that. As Sandy Leon will start the bottom half of the 7th inning. He's gone 1 for 2 with a single. He'll be followed by Jackie Bradley and then Benintendi. Tanaka still working, getting a lot of this. That's Gregorius ranging to that side of the diamond to put him away.
And that split finger fastball has been very good for him tonight. And the mixture of pitches for him has been excellent against the Red Sox. You have not been able to go up there and sit on a single pitch because you're not going to see the same pitch twice. That time the split, a little rollover swing, and the ground ball to Gregorius.
Tommy Lane alongside Adam Warren working in their bullpen as Jackie Bradley knocks that one foul. He's walked and scored a run. He's also grounded out to second. 5-1 Yankees. Red Sox offense has been sleepy tonight for the second consecutive game. Sox shut out 1-0 last night. 0-2. Tanaka's pitching line is brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. Just the 4 hits. Bradley has scored the only run for the Boston Red Sox tonight. Jackie with 24 homers, 84 runs batted in. Trying to get something to drive. And skipped up there. Bad news for the Red Sox, Jerry, is the pitch count's in very good shape for him.
Yeah, he's certainly capable if he gets out of this inning very quickly to go another. I don't know if they'll have him do that, but the pitch count is in good shape.
Number 86 here. Fouled away by Jackie. So to count 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hood is proud to be the official dairy of the Boston Red Sox, serving New England communities for 170 years. Girardi hasn't even thought about going out to talk to his starter tonight. Here's the 2-2. Too high at 92. Benintendi did double inside first base his last at bat. The only other extra base hit was David Ortiz doubling down the line in the very first inning. That's going to be up and away for ball 4. So Jackie walks for the second time against Tanaka. Benintendi will be next. 1 for 2. We were talking about Benintendi making that spectacular play, you know, just a handful of days into his major league career at Tampa Bay down the line. An incredible home run saving play. And of course, everyone knows by now there was a table on the other side that we couldn't see initially. He thrust himself back after making that great play. Use anything you have.
Yeah, because without that table, he would have gone completely over that wall.
He would have. One of the more spectacular plays all season in the big leagues. That'll be in the top 10 for sure. That's a cross for a strike. Jackie Bradley on with 1 down. Red Sox behind by 4 runs in game 1 with the Yankees, and the 1-1 from Tanaka. to the first baseman. Scooped up by Austin. He'll go back to the bag and get that out. Down to second is Jackie Bradley. But there are 2 away.
Now Austin taking no chances at all by going to second base and making an errant throw. Just take outs. You need outs at the end of this ball game, and he grabs the second one of the inning.
2 gone. Back to the top of the order, and Dustin Pedroia in search of his second hit tonight. CVS Health is a proud supporter of Stand Up to Cancer. Now through October 1st, you can support innovative cancer research by making a donation at CVS pharmacy locations. And you can donate online at cvs.com/SU2C. Larry Rothschild is out there. Longtime Yankee pitching coach, along with an interpreter.
How about this? The pitching coach leaves and the interpreter stays.
I've never seen that before.
No.
I think he has some advice. Hey, you're a little heavy on the splitter. Larry didn't want to tell you, but you're a little heavy on the splitter. So Pedroia singled in the 3rd inning. He's also flied to right and grounded to short. Has a chance to drive in a run here. He'll take strike 1. Get the Red Sox a little bit closer against his very tough righty. On deck, Bogarts. Pedroia, a career .299 hitter against the Yankees, coming into play tonight. That's a swinging bunt. Tanaka quickly on it and throws to get him. And a man stranded in scoring position. It remains 5-1 Yankees. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. Subaru Retailers of New England. And by Sullivan Tire and Complete Auto Service. 8th inning, 5-1 Yankees. Not many scoring chances for the Sox tonight, at least not yet. Robbie Scott has been very effective since he came into the ball game a couple of innings ago, taking on Headley here. 1 for 3 with a single. They're in the 7th inning at Baltimore. Tampa Bay on top 7-4 over the Orioles.
That's been in the 7th a long time.
Toronto taking on the Angels on the West Coast tonight. The 1-1. That one really tied him up.
Big sweeping breaking ball that time from Scott, burying that breaking ball down and in on Headley.
And Scott trying to put him away. Got him 1-2-3 last inning, but roped into left field instead for a base hit. And a second one tonight for Chase Headley. This one begins the 8th inning.
Tried to sneak the fastball by him that time, but Headley would have none of it. Is that fastball that stays middle of the plate?
Tonight after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, you'll get the latest from Patriots practice plus a report from Bruins rookie camp. NESN Sports Today presented by People's United Bank. Here's Mason Williams, 298. No homers, 24 runs batted in at the minor league level.
Will he be bunting here? Trying to get a man in a scoring position. Lefty against lefty. It's a possibility. Travis Shaw expecting it at third base. And now timeout call by the third base coach. They want to discuss this.
Williams came on to play right field for Ref Snyder. Made his season debut just Wednesday. Didn't bat in a game against the Dodgers. Did come up for about 7 or 8 games last year. Yankees playing a lot of kids these days. And they've been getting good results as of late. Third baseman Shaw coming in. There's the bunt, dropped down. Shaw charging with a bare hand. Will throw to first to get him. And Headley advances to second on the sacrifice.
Yeah, it kind of made sense. You know, lefty against lefty, bottom of the batting order, trying to get another man in scoring position. A lot of times you'll see this bunt go down the first base line because the third baseman is charging, but it didn't matter that time. Such a good bunt that the only play Travis Shaw had was to first base.
So Williams with a fine bunt.
You know, when I speak of that, you know, you talk about why third base or why first base. The reason first base is because the first baseman has to hold the runner on, so you can't get that big a jump like Shaw did coming in. But the kid made a perfect bunt, so it didn't make any difference first to third that time.
Another youngster here, Tyler Austin, who has gone 1 for 3, a double. Way back in the second inning, 5-1 New York.
See, they see the first baseman holding the runner on, so he can't charge. The third baseman can. But it was such a good bunt, it didn't make any difference. Shaw couldn't do anything but go to first base.
Headley at second with 1 out. 8th inning. 2-0 on Austin, the number 9 hitter. Noe Ramirez up again in the bullpen. That's for the second time. John Farrell forced to go to the bullpen early tonight in just the 3rd inning. Eduardo Rodriguez only got 1 out in the 3rd before the hook came. You would have thought tonight the Red Sox would have a good chance for a long start because Erod had been so good against the Yankees. Tonight was a different story. Now the 3-0 pitch to Austin. Taking all the way for a strike. Brett Gardner on deck. Robbie Scott getting a long look tonight out of the Sox pen. He deals the 3-1 to Austin. And that'll be ball 4. So the Yankees will have him on at first and second for Gardner. Don't miss Dining Playbook every Saturday morning at 9 on NESN. Billy and Jenny take you on a journey at the intersection of where sports and dining meet. Dining Playbook on NESN, driven by your New England Chevy dealers. And Gardner, the leadoff man, has been a bit of a pest tonight. He's been hit by a pitch. He's walked, stolen a base. He has scored a run. Picked up his 15th stolen base back in the 4th inning. That was a big reason they got another run in. Yankees were up 4-0 going to the last half of the 3rd. Once again, the Red Sox playing catch up. And he backs away. It's low for ball 1. Jerry, you'll be delighted to know that the game at Baltimore has now moved to the 8th inning. Finally.
That was a long time on the 7th on the scoreboard, and still a 7-4 ball game. That's certainly good news.
Red Sox leading Baltimore by just 1 game in the division. Here comes the 1-0 from the left-hander into center field. It hangs up. Bradley backs up a bit, and the runners will have to retreat to first and second with 2 down. In the last half of this inning, Red Sox will have up Bogarts, Ortiz, and Betts. Yankees do have an active bullpen. Tanaka has not reached 100 pitches. So we'll see what Girardi winds up doing. They've got a right-hander thrown out there. Ellsbury 1 for 4 with a base hit and a run. Just kind of a trickle of boos for Jacoby when he returns to Boston these days. Not many. Fouled away for strike 1. It's Adam Warren. He's been warming up for a while out there. Tanaka threw 7, holding the Red Sox to 4 hits and 1 run. And the 0-1 pitch to the former Red Sox center fielder. Fouled off himself. And it's 0-2. Let's toss it down to Garrett Austin.
Thanks, OB. In his final season, David Ortiz is still one of the top hitters in baseball. Now you can get free text alerts to let you know every time he's coming up to bat, along with advance notice of his farewell celebrations on the road and special Poppy programs coming up on NESN. Just text Poppy to 536-536. All this made possible by buyatoyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Message and data rates may apply. OB, back to you.
Garrett, thank you very much. Celebration continues for David Ortiz. Those last 3 games at the end of the regular season are really going to be something here at Fenway Park. That series against Toronto also could be terribly, terribly meaningful. Trainer came out to talk with Ellsbury, but he'll hang in. First and second with 2 away. Ellsbury with a mediocre season, you'd have to say, hitting .268 coming in with 9 home runs. .02. Stroke foul into the stands. Kind of amazing, one stat that really pops out on Jacoby, and you know exactly what it is. Catcher's interference.
Yeah. Famous for that. He's got that long backswing.
He has reached base on catcher's interference this season 11 times. That is the most by a player in a single season. Chops that one up the middle. Bogarts tracks it down. He takes a look at third. Runner trying to score. Here's the throw and the tag. He's out at home. Headley cut down, and that will be out number 3. Very cagey play by the Red Sox shortstop. Took a long look and made a perfect throw to the plate to get him. Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Sox are running out of chances here. Our Xfinity game summary: Tanaka was all that. 7 innings. Only 4 hits. He didn't strike out anybody. Pitching to contact. Erod only lasted 2 1/3. Got the hook after 8 hits and 4 earned. David Ortiz driving in the Red Sox only run. And so the Yankees will go to the bullpen and bring on Adam Warren finally, the right-hander. 2.91 ERA in 22 appearances and a 3-1 record. Red Sox have to be delighted. Tanaka has taken a seat for the night. That's in there for a strike.
Warren came back to the Yankees in that Chapman deal with the Cubs.
Xander has fly to center, walked and grounded to second base. Then it's Ortiz and Betts. Hoping to put something together here late. If Tanaka gets the win, it'll be 6-2 lifetime against the Red Sox.
See, Bogart's asking Hirschbeck, was that pitch up? Hirschbeck said yes. But still 0-2.
At the moment, Red Sox are 7-5 head-to-head against New York. After tonight, 3 left in this series, and then 3 in New York. And Warren home with a 1-2 pitch. 2-2 on Xander Bogaerts. So far, a real quiet night for the Red Sox bats. Just 4 hits. Pop to right. Castro back. That's out number 1. And Bogaerts 0 for 3 tonight. Join Nesson tomorrow for an introspective look at Big Papi's extraordinary career. David Ortiz, The Journey, presented by Foxwoods Resort Casino. A NESN special featuring exclusive commentary from Big Papi himself about his life on and off the field. Don't miss the premiere of David Ortiz, The Journey, right after tomorrow night's Yankees-Red Sox game. As soon as we're done, you'll see it. David with a double, an RBI, and a sac fly is also tapped to second. One nothing. He checked, and the count goes to 2-0. Wind's been blowing out a bit to left tonight.
That's been strange. Earlier in the day, it was blowing in from center field. Then around game time, it shifted a little bit out toward left field.
Last night, it was coming in and coming in hard. That one shot to center. Backing up Ellsbury, turning around. She's gone. That was a lightning bolt. Number 34 for David. And he has broken the tie with Mickey Mantle. 537 for David Ortiz.
Well, when you said shot to center field, you got that right, Dave. That didn't take very long at all. I don't know what exit velocity was, but it didn't take long to get out of Fenway Park at center field.
17th place all by himself. And his second RBI tonight. Speedway proud to be New England's first choice for value and convenience. For every Sox homer, Speedway donates to Boston Children's Hospital. Stop by a Speedway near you. Check swing roller. Warren's going to have to hustle off balance. He's not going to get him. And Mookie Betts is on.
Let's take one more look at the David Ortiz home run here in the 8th inning. Looked like a cut fastball on the outside part of the plate that he hooks to straightaway center field for the home run.
The 53rd of his career against the Yankees. And into the bleachers to cut the lead to 3. And then Mookie Betts with an infield single. Next in will be Hanley Ramirez in search of his first hit tonight. Hanley is grounded to third, to short, and he's popped up to third base. So a 5-2 game in the 8th. And a pop up, and that'll make the seats off to the right for strike one.
Well, there's one I think Hanley would like to have back again. A breaking ball that stayed middle of the plate. Watch the location of this pitch. They want it away, but it stays pretty much middle and foul back by Hanley. Oh, just a little spinner right there.
Blake Parker and Tommy Lane throwing side by side in the Yankee bullpen. One out, bottom of the 8th, and a run in thanks to David Ortiz. He jumps back in a ball to count 1-1. It's really the first time tonight we've heard this kind of noise inside Fenway. Joe Kelly now throwing as well, along with Ramirez in a Red Sox pen. And a righty with a 1-1. Not to be made as Betts dives in. "23 stolen bases for the MVP candidate. On deck, Travis Shaw. Pop foul again, off into the stands. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's the dilemma you face. You're down by 3 runs in the ball game now. I know Mookie Betts thinks he can get a good jump against Warren. There's no question about that. But the fact is, you got a guy with power hitting behind you, and you've only got to walk that line. You know, I mean, very quickly with one swing, this could be a 1-run ball game.
The 1-2. Right underneath the catch of Sanchez, and Mookie will advance to second base. A slider down into the dirt that got through him. So another Red Sox in scoring position.
Looked like a ball that could have been blocked. He set up outside. The ball is outside, just goes right under his glove. And in my opinion, I think that should be a pass ball.
Often when you see it in the dirt like that, they rule it a wild pitch, and it will be a wild pitch. Hanley with 97 RBIs. .298 with runners in scoring position for the season. Chopped to third. Betts holding, and Headley gets it. But Betts staying put at second. So they're 2 down. Travis Shaw next. He is hitless tonight, 0 for 3. So far, the Red Sox offense this evening has been David Ortiz, a double, a sac fly to drive in a run, and then a bullet to center field for home run number 34. Red Sox looking for somebody else to help out. Betts at second. And he lets it go again into the dirt for ball 1. Baltimore has closed it up. They've come almost all the way back. They're in the 9th inning now against Tampa Bay, and the Rays cling to a 1-run lead, 7-6. 1-0 pitch is down low. Red Sox trying to rally against the Yankee bullpen late. Sandy Leon would be next. The 2-0 off the outside.
Oh, change up that time on the 2-0 count to Travis Shaw.
Betances, one of the remaining star relievers for the Yankees. The 3-0 pitch. He takes all the way for a strike. Sandy Leon has one of these 6 Red Sox hits tonight. And now Sanchez out for a mound visit. Tomorrow at 6:30, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU. TC Tim Wakefield, Steve Lyons will preview Clay Buchholz's start tomorrow against the Yankees. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? Good count for Travis. Here's the 3-1. He went for it. Got a piece.
Didn't get a fastball either on the 3-1 count. Got a slider from Warren. Slider that was elevated a little bit and kind of tied up Travis Shaw.
Well, with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, Travis Shaw's hitting .322 with 28 RBIs. So this has typically been a good spot for him. Flares that one foul. Pitchers like to climb the ladder against him. Get him to chase the high stuff. See what Warren does here with a count of 3-2, 2 down. Betts at second. Rocketed foul. When did that get into the stands quickly? Jumped all over that one.
It's unbelievable. After every pitch, there's a meeting between Sanchez and Warren. Every pitch. Okay, you did that. Now what do you want to do now?
Yankees came into this one 4 games behind the Red Sox in the division. The 3-2 again. And he walks him on a pitch into the dirt. So the Red Sox with runners at first and second. Larry Rothschild coming out. So another meeting. Have you heard of Nesson's new automotive website? Give it a visit at NessonFuel.com. You can find everything you're looking for in the world of auto racing, car culture, and automotive lifestyle.
That last pitch that Travis saw kind of surprised me a little bit because you've got yourself a 3-run lead. You throw him a high fastball, see if he chases it. If he makes contact and hits the ball out of the ballpark, you still got a 1-run lead. Instead, he tries a breaking ball and was not even close. Now that brings the potential tying run up to the plate. I'm a little surprised to see that breaking ball on the 3-2 count with a 3-run lead in that situation.
Right at his feet. First and second. So that brings the tying run up to home plate. And Sandy Leon, who does have 7 home runs, 0 for 2 against Warren. Ziegler now throwing along with Kelly in the Red Sox pen. Red Sox looking for some magic here in the 8th inning, trailing 5-2. Leon 1 for 3 with a base hit. He takes a ball. Sandy's hit safely in 13 of his last 14 starts. That's a ball. Just a tad low, according to John Hirschbeck, in the count 2-0.
Yeah, Warren wants to know where that pitch was. He thought he had the bottom of the strike zone on that.
Veteran umpire said a little too low, and here comes the 2-0 pitch. That's in for a strike. Coming into play tonight, Sandy had gone 9 for 17 against the Yankees this year, .529. One of his favorite opponents. He has Betts and Shaw on with 2 down. That's a strike. Came back with a changeup to even it up. And now it's Kimbrel. That's a lot of heat side by side in that bullpen.
Kimbrel, just in case this score goes to 5-5.
High fly ball down the right field line, but he hooked it too much. With the crack of the bat, you were thinking pesky pole, and maybe, just maybe. And another meeting as Sanchez heads out to the hill.
Out in front of the breaking ball that time, and right from contact, you could tell Leon knew that ball was going to go foul.
Betts at second, Shaw at first. Red Sox trail by 3. We're in the 8th inning. Yankees have doubled up Boston in hits 12-6. And Warren with a 2-2. And he got him. He struck him out looking. And the Red Sox strand a couple of base runners. They get one run, 5-2. Yankees leading it going to the ninth. Flex fold.
Well, number 34 on the season, a straightaway center field for David Ortiz. Of a line drive tied home run about 10 rows back in the center field bleachers.
Dual Flex Volt is the official power tool of the Boston Red Sox. As we move on to the ninth inning, Yankees leading 5-2. Joe Kelly coming out of the pen. First man, the dangerous Gary Sanchez, who has doubled, and he's gone 1 for 4. Joe will face 3, 4, and 5 in the Yankee batting order. Sanchez with 14 home runs in short order. So this is power against power here, and the 99-mile-an-hour fastball missing for ball 1. And a 1-0 to Sanchez. Takes it up top again for ball 2. We keep an eye on Tampa Bay and Baltimore, and that game is now in the ninth inning. Tampa Bay on top 7-6. A strike. Orioles came in and did some damage, taking 2 out of 3 at Fenway to pull to within 1 in the standings. Big cut and a miss.
Elevating that 99-mile-an-hour fastball that time for Joe Kelly. A little bit difficult to catch up to that.
Sanchez actually came up last September briefly for the Yankees to make his major league debut. He's not a factor then. He's been a big factor this season. 319, 14 home runs at the moment. Kelly trying to put him away with the 3-2 pitch. And he lines that one to right field for a base hit. His second hit tonight. This one starts the ninth inning.
Started the game off with a double on a fastball that was up and out over the plate. Gets a couple of strikes on him here. Gets the fastball again toward the outside part of the plate and elevated and puts it on a line to the opposite field for the base hit.
And Carl Willis wants to come out and talk with Kelly. Ryan McCann has come to the on-deck circle, so that's got to be this conversation. Although Castro will be the batter first. He has singled, doubled, and singled again. So the leadoff man on, Sanchez rifling a base hit to right. Yankees with 13 hits. Tomorrow at 6, don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC will be joined by Red Sox chairman Tom Werner live on the field right here at Fenway. And in the pen, Robbie Ross Jr. getting going. Red Sox have been forced to work that pen tonight because of the short start by Eduardo Rodriguez. 2 1/3, 4 runs and 8 hits. Red Sox fell behind right away, giving up 2 runs in the first inning. And they have been chasing ever since. High shot. That one drilled to the wall. Off the monster in a heartbeat. There goes Sanchez heading into third. Throw goes into second, but back to first base as Castro's had a big night. That's his 4th hit. And is safely on at first and third.
Well, that was a bail and whale swing right there. I mean, it's almost like he was trying to crank it up for a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Instead, he got a breaking ball. And it stayed inside at 88 miles an hour, and he just hooks it right down that left field line. A little first and third action for the Yankees, and McCann coming to the plate, and a conversation now maybe to draw some more time for Robbie Ross as Bogaerts comes in.
McCann hitting for Butler. 235, 19 homers, 55 runs batted in, and pinch hitting. And nobody out with the infield drawn in. And he's going to take ball 1. Kelly fires the 1-0 and right through there at 98.
See, if I think there's a ground ball to the infield, even though there's nobody out, I think you've got to go with the man at third base. If you get thrown out at home plate, it's 1 out and you still got men at first and second. If you stand there and have a double play happen, you got 2 outs and a man at third base. So I think you've got to go if you're at third base.
He checked his swing. They did appeal. And no swing, says Rackley.
Not even really close.
McCann joining David Ortiz as the only players with 20 or more home runs every year from 2008 through 15, and he has 19 home runs now. And will not offer. 3-1. Does not have a hit as a pinch hitter this year. 0 for 9. Sanchez at third, Castro at first base. And Kelly with the 3-1. Right through it. That popped the mitt. 99.
Elevating the fastball, going above the belt, and that uppercut swing becomes vulnerable to a high fastball, especially at that velocity.
Gregorius on deck with a pair of doubles tonight. Kelly needs a strikeout. And he gets one. He hit 100 to punch out McCann.
Back to the fastball again, this time up and in to McCann. Everything in that at bat from Kelly elevated.
So now Gregorius, who has 2 doubles, one in the 3rd inning, one in the 5th inning. And he stole third base after that 2-bagger in the 5th, even though the throw beat him down there. Some sleight of hand got him in there before the tag by Shaw. He bloops a foul for strike 1.
I was going to say, one thing you've got to be aware of in this situation is the possibility of Gregorius bunting on his own for a base hit.
He's at 274 with 18 home runs. And Kelly fires in and upstairs at 99. Inning started with back-to-back singles. Kelly got the K he was looking for on McCann. Sanchez and Castro aboard. 5-2 Yankees, 9th inning. Two and one. Lane certainly looks like he's ready. He's been throwing for a while out there. Former Red Sox left-hander. Boston will have due up Bradley, Benintendi, and Pedroia come the bottom of the 9th. The 2-1. That one tailed away and missed the strike zone, so the count goes to 3-1. Gregorius has seen Joe 5 times. He has 1 hit off him. Hitters count for Didi Gregorius. 3-1 pitch. And he walks him. That's going to load him up. 2 singles and a walk, and they are all filled up for Headley.
That last pitch not even close. Just the fastball going way up and away. Not even tempting to swing at in that situation.
Headley's been productive with the bat tonight with a pair of hits. One of those for an RBI. He's gone 2 for 4. Red Sox have had to scrap tonight for just a couple of runs. David Ortiz has driven both of those in. Drove himself in the 8th inning with a blast to dead center field. His 537th home run. But now Kelly in a jam with 1 down. They are filled up for Headley. And the first one to the third baseman that missed badly.
And he's having a difficult time right now finding a pitch he can throw for a strike. Trying the fastball, trying the breaking ball.
And he started off Headley with a curveball, but nowhere close. Now comes the 1-0. Another fastball and fouled away. Headley does have 4 grand slams in his career. He has 1 of them this season. Sanchez, Castro, and Gregorius loading the bases here in the 9th inning, and the 1-1. Well, Joe has the upper hand here. Trying to keep this game reasonably close and give the Red Sox a legitimate shot in the bottom of the ninth. Lately, the Red Sox bullpen has been really good. Kelly with a 1-2 coming. Kelly, since coming on, has thrown 22 pitches, 10 strikes. Looking for one more here on Chase Headley. Who does have an RBI tonight. Here's the 2-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
And Joe getting underneath a lot of those fastballs. A lot of those fastballs at 99, 100 miles an hour, just rising out of the strike zone. You can see him underneath that fastball just a little bit.
He has to throw a strike here. Bases loaded, full count, 3-2. And he got him. He struck him out swinging. 2 down.
When in doubt, go back to your best pitch, and your best pitch is your fastball. That time he gets on top a little more, gets the ball down in the zone a little bit more, and gets the good result. The swing and a miss on an outside fastball at 99.
Probably would have been a called strike anyway.
Yep.
Mason Williams will bat, but not before another mound visit. This game may set a record here in September for catcher-pitcher conferences, which means it's a Red Sox-Yankees game. They are loaded up with 2 down. Youngster Williams getting in. He has come up once, and he dropped down a sacrifice bunt last inning. That moves him back at 99 for ball 1. It just ended. Baltimore has lost to Tampa Bay 7-6. So the Red Sox getting help. That spins him around, but it's in there for a strike. It caught the corner. So that has gone final. Baltimore losing. And Toronto is underway against the Angels out west. Toronto at the moment 2 games back. And Kelly with a 1-1 to Williams. Line shot, and he caught it. Or it caught him. What a stop by Kelly on a wicked liner. So the Red Sox are still alive. We go to the last half of the 9th inning. 5-2 New York. By Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide.
Well, the last inning for Joe Kelly, not real pretty, but very effective as he gets a couple of big strikeouts with his fastball. Gets Wyndham McCann up and in. Gets another strikeout with the fastball away from Headley, and then the line shot right back at him. And that takes a base hit and a couple of runs away from the Yankees in the top of the ninth.
Aaron Hill is going to pinch hit now for Jackie Bradley Jr. against Tommy Lane as we get the bottom of the ninth underway. Lane made 34 relief appearances with the Red Sox this season before Boston designated him for assignment in early August. He was released on August 6th and picked up by the Yankees to work out of their pen. A check swing, and did he go? Pitch on the dirt, he did. And the count quickly 0-2 on Hill.
Yeah, pulled right there on the breaking ball down in the dirt from Tommy Lane.
Hill hitting .218 with 1 home run. He's always had plus power. Benintendi on deck, and then Pedroia. Cut on and missed, and down he goes quickly. Strike 3. That's all for Hill. 1 away in the Red Sox ninth. And Benintendi will be next. Tampa Bay a winner over the Baltimore Orioles, and now Young is going to come and hit for Benintendi. So it'll be Chris Young, back-to-back pinch hitters here for John Farrell.
Checking the numbers of this particular matchup. Betances, Parker. Betances worked in the ballgame yesterday against the Dodgers. Wants to know if he's checked into the game yet. He is, and Girardi's going to go out and make a move.
So Tommy Lane strikes out his man. And it'll be Blake Parker coming out of the bullpen for Chris Young. So 1 down, bottom of the ninth. The Yankee 3-run lead. We'll take the break and be back with more at Fenway in just a moment. Last of the ninth inning at Fenway. The bases are empty. 5-2 the Yankees in front. Here's Blake Parker, the right-hander. Made his Yankee debut at Fenway back on August 10th. He was claimed off waivers from Seattle before that and added to their 25-man roster. The counter move to take on Young, who was batting for the first time tonight and looks at a strike. Pedroia on deck. Yankees got 2 runs in the first, 2 runs in the third, another in the 4th inning. They have not scored since then. Sox with single runs in the 3rd and the 8th, both courtesy of David Ortiz, one on a sac fly, the other on a home run. The crowd urging the Red Sox to get some more. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. 76, but he missed with it with the curveball.
Shift on in the infield. 3 players on the left side against Young as Betances continues to stretch and throw a little bit out in the bullpen.
As it stands now, Tanaka would get the win and improve to 14-4. That one over his eye. Actually got a piece of him, and he's hit by the pitch. Young tried to duck underneath it.
Girardi telling him to wait a minute. We want to check this on video and see if he was hit. Yeah, it looks like it did get the top of the helmet. Breaking ball.
Definitely hurt it. And Girardi is out, and Betances is as well. Here he comes. So he will not fool around. He's going to bring Dellin Betances into the ball game after the hit batsman. With Pedroia due up, we'll take the break too. Red Sox trying to build something here in the ninth. 5-2 New York. More in a moment. Here, but we are in the bottom half of the ninth inning with the Yankees in the lead 5-2. Chris Young just grazed by a pitch off the helmet, and that brings on Betances, who leads all major league relievers with 120 strikeouts. That's 15.5 strikeouts per 9 innings. That's certainly his game, Jerry.
Certainly is, and you know, I think the Yankees had hoped they wouldn't have to use Betances in this game tonight, but now getting to this part of the lineup, man at first base, 3-run ball game, they go to him.
Tonight, Dustin Pedroia has flied to right, singled, grounded to short, grounded back to the pitcher. 1 for 4. Young not being held at first base. He's going to take off for second. Inside ball 1, and he is safely down there.
Now that eliminates any possible double play to end the ball game.
Another visit. They are endless, aren't they?
My goodness.
Sox trying to rally. So Pedroia with an RBI opportunity against Betances, who missed badly again. And a count 2-0. Bogarts on deck. Sox are trying to get this game to David Ortiz. Ortiz with 2 RBIs this evening. 1 out, the 2-0.
Yeah, Pedroia taking all the way that time too. The first 2 pitches were not even close, making him throw a strike in that 2-0 situation. Good take by Pedroia, even though it was a strike.
The 2-1 from Betances. And missed away.
Maybe not a bad idea to take another one.
100 miles an hour, but it went to 3-1.
Not even close on the 2-1 count. Runs it to 3-1 now. May not be a bad idea to take another strike.
On the other hand, if it's right down the middle, he'll be cranking. It missed badly. Pedroia on with a walk. First and second for Xander Bogaerts. And once again, the Red Sox have the tying run at home plate. And the catcher out there again. Bogaerts has flied to center, walked, grounded to second, and popped to second. Ortiz after him. If somehow, some way, the Red Sox can pull this one off, it would be by far the #1 rally of 2016.
Now, one thing to look at too is if the Red Sox can pull this game out, the Red Sox bullpen deserves a lot of credit in this ball game.
Yeah, because Rodriguez departed after 2 1/3, giving up 4 runs. Red Sox pen has only allowed 1 since. Here's Bogaerts. The runners go, and it's in there for a strike. Both runners advance. Young down to third. Pedroia into second. Red Sox with a double steal. And the 0-1 pitch from Betances. Grounded foul. They did announce that as defensive indifference on both of those cases. Young to third and Pedroia to second.
I wonder why you do that with a man at second base. I don't get that.
Two strikes on Xander. Here comes little trickler. Runner coming home. The scoop and out a rundown. Young trying to get back there, and he's going to be tagged. Pedroia scampering back to second. So that is out number 2. And Bogaerts will become the runner at first base, but now there are 2 away in the 9th, and here comes David Ortiz.
Yeah, what makes that questionable, that play there, is because they have gotten Bogaerts at first base. That would have been questionable.
Ortiz last time up with a home run to center field, and he's hit one off Betances before.
Breaking ball that time to the opposite field.
Broke a tie. The Red Sox would win that game 4-2. David tonight with his 34th home run. Runners at first and second with 2 down. That's his only career hit against Betances, and he takes a strike. 5-2 Yankees in the 9th. That's a ball.
Oh, that's a breaking ball. It was tempting because it was almost in the same area he hit the home run in earlier in the year. A breaking ball away from him.
Betances 1-1. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Once again, he goes to the breaking ball away. Trying to pick up that outside corner. Outfield obviously very deep for the Yankees. Potential tying run at the plate.
He thought about it, took another one wide on a curveball, 3-1. Mookie Betts waiting.
I think if you're David Ortiz now, you're probably looking for a breaking ball again, right? He's thrown you 3 in a row.
(3-1). Line shot, base hit. Pedroia rounding. Here he comes. Bogarts will trot into third and stop there. Ortiz with his 3rd RBI of the ball game. That'll make it 5-3.
Well, he did. No fastball again. He showed him 1 fastball in that at bat. He kept going to that breaking ball. It's a breaking ball again that Ortiz gets on top of and lines up the middle for the base hit.
So David Ortiz has driven in every Red Sox run tonight with a home run, a double, and a single. Hernandez will run for David, and he represents the tying run. Mookie Betts is 1 for 4 with a base hit.
I mean, Betances is so slow to the plate. Would you take a chance on sending Hernandez at first base?
Get that tying run to second. Now running right away, and that is in there for strike 1. He starts him with the curve. Betts with 30 home runs. And the 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike on the MVP candidate. Dustin Pedroia scoring moments ago to make it 5-3. Tying runs are aboard. The 1-1. Ground ball, base hit. Bogarts in to score. Hernandez to second. A 1-run game.
Betances right now is getting beat on his breaking ball. It was a breaking ball to Ortiz that he hits up the middle for the base hit. It's a breaking ball to Betts that he pulls for a base hit. It's a 1-run ball game with a man in scoring position. There's the breaking ball again, just kind of spinning up the home plate, and that top spin ground ball gets through very quickly for Mookie Betts.
Larry Rothschild out to talk about it. So the Red Sox have pulled to within 1. 5-4. Tying run at second. Hanley Ramirez about to hit. Kimbrel loosening up for the second time. Hanley in this one has gone 0 for 4. He's grounded out 3 times and popped up. 1 for 8 against Betances. He certainly has fallen in love with that curveball.
There's a case where the Yankees have to keep the outfield deep too. I mean, if there's a base hit, you score the tying run, but you can't give up the winning run from first base.
Red Sox have rallied to score twice here in the bottom of the 9th. First pitch right by the catcher. All the way to the backstop. 2 runners will advance.
Isn't that a beautiful thing? That fastball getting away from Betances. Sanchez can't carry it. The potential winning run at second base.
Pass ball. So Hernandez, the third, bets to second. And a 1-0 to Hanley. Boy, when he's missed by a lot.
Yeah, he has been all over the place tonight. And a lot of breaking balls.
2-0. Can the Red Sox pull this one off? The 2-0. Helped him out there, and a pitch way outside.
Yeah, Hanley expecting a fastball on the 2-0 count, doesn't get it. Gets another breaking ball, another curveball from Betances.
Two-one. Tried to check, did he? He did. 3-1. Girardi can't believe it. Can't believe it was not a swing and a miss.
I don't think that was close. Well, it was close. Excuse me. It was close.
Ramirez got the call. What does he throw on 3-1?
He might throw him another breaking ball.
Second and third, 2 down. High, deep drive to center. Backing up Ellsbury, turning around. The Red Sox walk it off. How about that? Hanley, Ramirez, and the Red Sox shock the Yankees. My goodness. Hanley into the pile. What a win. Hanley Ramirez with a walk-off shot to center. The biggest win of the season for the Boston Red Sox as they stun the Yankees in the bottom of the ninth with an incredible rally.
Hanley Ramirez, a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Straight away center field. He had not seen fastballs in that at bat. He saw breaking pitches. Ready for the fastball. What a win for the Boston Red Sox.
(7-5) the final. His 25th home run of the season. And the Red Sox put up 5 in the bottom of the ninth inning against Betances and company. And the Red Sox win an absolute thriller and gain ground against the Orioles, who have already lost. As he gets the shower, let's go down to Gareth.
All right, guys. Hanley. Hanley, how good did that one feel?
So awesome, so awesome. After a tough loss last night, we knew that we needed to win right here. So, you know, we never give up. We never give up. It's team life right here.
They say that every win in September is important, but how important was this win for you guys tonight?
Definitely, definitely. You know, when you play your own team in your division, you got to go out there and give it everything you got every day. That's what we're doing right now.
And what can you say about the job that the bullpen did for you guys tonight?
Unbelievable, unbelievable. John did a pretty good job, you know, keep us in the game, and they came in, they did their job, and, you know, all I know is danger all the way from the top all the way to the bottom.
Congrats on the win tonight, Hanley.
Boston strong.
Hanley's pretty strong, too. He gets to 100 RBIs with that 3-run walk-off shot with 2 down in the bottom of the ninth. It doesn't get any more dramatic than that against the New York Yankees.
Now, you know, you're looking at that scoreboard all night. You're looking at Betances coming into the ball game, and you're saying, well, you know, at least Baltimore lost. Well, Baltimore lost, so the Red Sox have a fabulous come-from-behind win.
And pick up a game on the Orioles. 7-5. Hanley, the hero. Red Sox walk it off. TC, biggest win of 2016 easily.